All righty, folks. If I could have everyone direct your attentions over here to the main arena, we're going to go ahead and get going with our opening ceremonies for Wave 2 of the Junior Market Barrow Show. Presenting the United States flag, Riley Clenard, Thorndale, FFA. Presenting the Texas flag, Addison Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. Presenting the 4-H flag, Briar Parson, Medina County 4-H. And presenting the FFA flag, Layla Hagdorn, London FFA. Now our 4-H motto and pledge, Juliana Perez of San Patricio County 4-H.
The 4-H motto, to make the best better. The 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to queer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
And now with the FFA motto, Brecklin Slot, New Waverly FFA.
The FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
To give our invocation, if you could please, bow your heads. We have Campbell Real of Denton County 4-H.
Dear Heavenly Father, we are beyond grateful for the opportunity to gather with like-minded people and fellowship over a pig show. We are thankful for your guidance and leadership throughout the duration of our projects and the many blessings you have poured out on us through them, and we are thankful for the ability to carry out our passions in this free land thanks to the service of our military men and women. We ask for clarity of mind as we continue to tend to your creation as you have commanded us, the responsibility to be fair and just to everyone, and the willingness to do our very best at honoring you. I pray that each and every person in this barn finds success in some way today, and most importantly, I pray that we remember why we are here today, and that's to love and glorify you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
And now, gentlemen, please remove your hats. Everyone put your hands over your hearts. To sing our national anthem, we have Paisley Allison of Lynn County 4-H.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
And there we have it, folks. That's our young leaders in agriculture. Future looks pretty bright for them and for us. First call, Class 75, Chester White Barrows. First call, Class 75, Chester White Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pins at this time. Be sure that you have your pink show card with you as you enter the black gates. Parents and adult leaders, once you escort your exhibitor to the gates, please step aside as a courtesy to those exhibitors coming in behind you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second wave of the 77th Annual Junior Market Barrows Show. I am here. My name is Wayne Rohde, and we're going to start this morning with our Chester Whites. There are actually 32 in this first class, and weight ranges is from 250 to 275. Again, there's 32 head in this class. This year's show, we had 94 show up here for this year's show, and that is actually up from last year where we had 83 total head of Chesters. We'll have 3 total classes in this breed, and then upon the completion of our third class, we will select the champion and reserve Chester White. For our second wave, we will be our judges will be going through 24 total classes between today and tomorrow, and our young people will be battling for 118 total sales slots for the second wave.
Looks like Mr. Nick Hofschulte is going to be our lead judge for the Chester breed here today of Wave 2, Day 1 of the San Antonio Stock Show and Radio. Our secondary evaluator today is Mr. Chad Day. For those of you who tuned in for Wave 1, these guys are no stranger to the ring. They were our judges for the entire show. Good to have them back out here in the ring. I bet they cleared their nasal cavity out a little bit, got all that dust out of their nose, and they're ready to rock and roll here today.
They probably did a little river walk excursions and probably got some good rest, so it looks like they're
ready to rock and roll.
chipper and ready to go, huh?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Those of you just tuning in, you know, this is the first time watching, like that young man just there. He pointed straight ahead. That means you're going to go get classified and weighed. You have to weigh within 10 pounds of your turned-in weight card on both ends of the spectrum here. If he points to the right, they go to our secondary evaluator, Chad, Mr. Day, and if he points straight ahead, you go to the big arena for an opportunity at a secondary evaluation. If he points to the right, then you're going to go what I call out to greener pastures. The pig goes to the truck, and you go your separate way. So this is a terminal show once again. So the animal and kid do get separated by the end of the show. And I watched a few of these younger kids out there the other day, and it's tough when it's your first show and this is a pet to you and you're used to having it at home and then you have to say goodbye to it. It's never easy, and it's a life lesson we all have to learn at some point or another. But it's a lesson that makes them better kids and stronger, and they understand the concept and why things happen the way they do. And being a market show, they go on to the next phase, as y'all can probably understand what I'm saying there. And the kids understand that. It's not easy when you have had a project for 6 to 8 months that you become a pet. You know, I mean, I see kids scratching them down, laying on them, you know, kissing them, whatever it may be, and they have to separate from them, and it's not easy to do. But at the same time, it's a necessary thing. So we're getting through this first class pretty quick of Chesters. We've got 4 pins so far. I think there's 1 or 2 below us getting classified and weighed. Historically, they've pulled between 10 and 14 is where the numbers have fallen. They usually pull between 14 and 16 if we judge it off the cross classes and the Duroc classes.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll quite go that. It just, of course, it depends on the quality and the depth, but having only 32 in the class, I suspect they might go up to between 10 and 14 or 15, hopefully, because there are 10 rosette placing slots here for these young people here in our San Antonio show.
Absolutely, and you know, it's going to be warm today, y'all. For those of you who aren't here, last week was kind of little bit cooler one day, warmer one day, but we're going to be in the 80s both days. I think today we're going to get close to 90 degrees today. So if you pack some shorts, they may not be a bad idea to put on today if you're coming down to San Antonio.
And you people that are out of state, our weather here, of course, is much more milder here in San Antonio. Its current temperature is 54 degrees here in San Antonio.
All those guys up north were like, man, 54, that's usually our high.
That's a heat wave.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been pretty warm up north is what I was told. And
Well, it's been really cold in Iowa. I talked to Dan Lane, and it was really chilly up there in Iowa. He was down here the first wave. He's part of this Top Judge program, if you were able to join us on the first wave.
And that was so cool getting to visit with those kids and evaluate livestock with them, get their perspectives on everything and where they're at in their lives, what they're wanting to do with their lives. And every one of those kids was great kids. And I can't wait to see what they do in the next part of their life.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out as these kids that we interviewed last year and this year, and they kind of set in motion this ambition to become judge for some of these major livestock shows and county fairs and even major shows as well.
Absolutely. Looks like we have 7 pins so far in this first class of Chester White Barrows. Like Wayne maybe have mentioned already, we only have 3 classes. So, Dad, the next 3 breeds should go pretty quickly. We have our Chesters of 3 classes. We have a total of 5 classes of Yorkshires and then only 2 classes of Landrace.
Well, and our judges are on the downhill slide here. Our first wave, they went through 1,618 total head in our first wave. And they had 42 classes that they sorted. That's not counting, of course, the divisions and reserve divisions and champions and reserves. But they went through a lot of classes, and they made 228 kids super happy because 228 sale slots were awarded in our first wave. On our second wave, we had 705 show up. Our judges will go through 24 classes, and they'll do 118 total sales slots there for a total of 346 total sales slots here at San Antonio.
So I did just get word, Wayne, we are going through light crosses today. So we're going to be showing 4 breeds today, and we start tomorrow with the just other crossbred class. And that's a total of 8 classes of those.
Be 301 head in that show, by the way.
And also, then we're going to do the Grand Drive, which everybody's so excited about the Grand Drive here at San Antonio. So today should be a pretty quick day, and tomorrow will be even quicker, I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. And, as a whole, we are down a little. Our first wave, we were up slightly, almost 100 head higher than last year. This second wave, we're a little bit less. We had 791, 792, and this time we have 705. However, when you compute the 2 together or add the 2 together, we're actually up from last year slightly. So that's a great tribute that we had more participation and that showed up here at San Antonio.
They've got 12 pins so far. Top 10 will get a placing ribbon, and then top 5 in the Chester breed will make the sale. Every breed's a little bit different. Like the Landrace classes, there's only 2 classes. Only top 3 make the sale in the Landrace classes. But here in the Chester White breed specifically, top 5 Barrows in each one of these classes will make the sale here. So there's a couple kiddos who won't get a ribbon, but I do got to give props to both Nick and Chad for pulling a few extra just to make sure they have the right 10 that they need. And I wish them nothing but the best of luck the next 2 days judging. We all feel like we know what we're doing, but our opinions really don't matter out here. It's only about Mr. Hofschulte and Mr. Day here today.
Well, and I was just impressed on the first wave. I mean, the lead, whoever was the lead judge, they also gave an explanation. Both of them, when they were the lead judge, gave the kid an explanation, and then the secondary judge did the same thing. So you can't ask for anything more than that in fairness to our young people.
Well, and I think when it got to the crosses, it got a little bit tougher because they both have a perspective on what they like. But they did talk about it, and they went through hogs, and you could tell they compromised on a few. It's like, hey, I may don't like this one as much. The other judge really likes this one a lot, so we're going to do a fair compromise here.
Oh,
and,
yeah,
and
no,
that's
they
what
worked
it's
very
about.
well together.
Yes.
I mean, you could tell the whole time there was no struggle between each of those judges, but they worked so well together and very relaxed in how they came up with their decision making.
Wayne, we have 16 pulled, so that just tells you there's a few more getting classified. I think there still might be a couple more out here.
And you can't ask for more fairness.
Over
than
half
that.
the class was pulled.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I see 17 now, so going to be a pretty deep class. I wonder if they're going to do one of two ways they've done this, y'all. They pulled them out one at a time and pulled back their top 6 or 7 maybe, placed the other ones and excused the other ones, or they pulled 10, excused those other ones and did what we call a double sort. So we'll know a little bit more after this first class. He's going to pull them out one at a time. If he really likes you, he will pin you back. And that means you've got a chance at the top placings, potentially, of the class, depending on how they do their first initial sort here once they've narrowed down the class.
And if you hadn't been with us in the first wave, I feel like these judges will probably hold true to what they did in the first wave. And, they wanted
Agreed.
power and muscle and width and a bone structure. All of that was so super important.
Yeah, that was their biggest niche, I feel
Absolutely.
like, Wayne. If you have bone, if you have muscle, if you have width, you've got a chance to do fairly well, I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. And they held that true. And, they held true what they told the top judges. Our top judge program interviewed with the judges prior to the show. And the top judges asked our judges here at San Antonio, what are they looking for? And that's what they told them, and they've held true to that through the entire first wave.
They pinned back 3 so far. They still have about half of the hogs still to pull out of here, Wayne.
Looks like they've placed panned a fourth one there, the tall young man in the gray vest. Well, no, we had the turquoise, so that'll be the 5th one then. The young man in the gray vest, the turquoise young man was the 4th one pulled, and that was the one with the charcoal vest is our 5th pulled. You know what these judges do a really good job as far as, they let some out, they'll evaluate them, they'll discuss it, and then see if they want to pull some of those back before they let out some more. So it gives every one of these young people an opportunity to show well. And with San Antonio the last 2 years, they expanded the ring double the size, have more.
And the grandstands too.
Is so much greater.
The stadium seating is so cool, Wayne.
It looks like stadium seating now.
And what I love about this show too, y'all, the stands stay pretty full. Pretty much the most of the show. There's a couple classes here and there that maybe don't have a quite full set of stands, but for the most part, they're full. They pin back 7 now.
The young lady in the purple sweater, or a light purple sweater, just got
like
pulled
lavender.
there.
It's a lavender.
Yeah, lavender.
Shaded purple. They went ahead and pinned another young man here. That'll be 8. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here. I think they're going to pin 10 here, Wayne. They're going to get down to 10. So this will be a double sort like I was mentioning earlier. Sometimes they'll just pin 6 and place 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th and excuse the other individuals. We are going to get, I think, 10 here. That'll be the 9th one pin. And we still have one more to come out here. Actually, 2 more that are going to come out. Mr. Hofschulte forgot we still had 2 in the pin here, and they pinned back 18. They pinned back 18, so that's a good amount. That's 2/3 of the class.
You know, it's early in the morning, so they're just getting that rhythm together.
Yeah, you think about it. We started with 32, and we pinned 18. That's almost 2/3 of the class.
You can't ask to be more fair than that.
Oh, and just the competitiveness of it. Yeah, he went and pinned that. We're going to keep 12 back. So we are doing a double sort here. Good way to get the morning started, and they may change it up again. So we'll kind of keep you play by play if they're going to do a double sort, or they're just going to keep 6 back and start placing. Yeah, it looks like they're going to excuse these individuals now. We've got 11 pinned back. So one person won't be getting a rosette, but to make it this far is a great thing in itself. And a big accomplishment in itself.
Absolutely. They spend countless hours trying to get these barrows ready for this great event. Like they're ready to let out the first one for our second evaluation.
So where we're at in this part of the sift here of the first class, we have 11 total pigs pinned back for a top 10 placing position. So one of them will not get a rosette, but they started with 18, which was 2/3 of the class pretty much. If he pins you back here, you're going to be in the top 5 potentially. I think he'll only pin between 4 to 5 since they're doing a double sort here. So if you get pinned back, there is a very, very, very good chance you will make the sale. We've got 2 pinned back so far. Still have 3 more to pull out after this young lady. They're going to go and pin this other young lady in the red. She will be the 3rd one pinned back now. It's funny. That's the pin she's been in the entire time. So I feel like that's a lucky pin for her. Another young man is pulled back. That'll be the fourth one pinned back. Once again, top 5 Chesters in each one of these classes will make the sale here at San Antonio. Mr. Sanders, what's going on? You gonna jump on and give your spiel? I can. Hop on. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, your favorite Okie, Mr. Bo Sanders of WW Paul Scales. What's going on, Bo?
Oh, not much. Good morning to y'all. Glad to be here.
So, kind of give us a rundown of what what you have to do every single time there's some animal in the barn, and kind of give them what you guys at Paul Scales do to kind of make sure that all the scales are right and everything.
Well, we just go around the barn every morning. We clean them out, check them every day with the test weights, and just make sure everything's on point and try to keep everything going on a day-to-day basis here.
So how many people do you have helping you? Because there's no way you could do it all yourself, especially with multiple species going on.
Well, the good thing about here in San Antonio is they appoint a couple of interns with me, and they go around and go help me and check them and everything. So it takes about 20-30 minutes to go around the barn and check everything. So glad to have help, and glad to have San Antonio here to supply me a little bit of help.
You know, and it's a thankless job as far as I'm concerned, and we all appreciate what you do for it, but it's, you don't do it for a thank you. You just want to make sure that they are on and calibrated right for these kids as they go across the big scale potentially, because, I mean, is there ever a point where there's maybe a pound differentiation between the main scale and the other, or do y'all pretty much keep them pretty much on check at all times?
We keep them on check at all times. It's hard to, especially the ones in the barns. There's so many people using them at one time.
And manure and everything that gets on it. And it can happen very quickly. You can go from cleaning the scale and it looks just like it did before you clean the scale within about 10, 15 minutes potentially, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But it's, there's people in the barn that really, really take care of them and know how crucial it is to keep them clean. And
I watched that yesterday. Actually, I saw people weighing, and there was one animal that decided to defecate on the scale, and then another guy came in there and helped clean it off and make sure there was nothing underneath the scale that was restricting it in any way, and they do a good job. And you can tell those people who really know, like, hey, if we keep these things clean, they're gonna stay pretty accurate. And not to say they aren't, but I mean, when you get a bunch of other stuff on there, sometimes you have to kind of clean it off and make sure everything's running right. And
absolutely.
And there's no reason or excuse for them to say they're off, especially with y'all going around and making sure everything's good.
Yeah, we do our best, and I'm not saying we don't make mistakes, but it's we do our best to do what we can for the kids.
Absolutely. So kind of tell us about what happens at the end of the stock show. Don't you have some scales for sale as well?
Yeah, we have a booth right out on the midway. Actually, it's got our banner up, WW Livestock Systems. Murdoch actually runs the booth for us because I'm out here in the barns keeping everything, batteries going, scales cleaned. And so Murdoch's is a distributor for us there in Seguin. So they kind of run the booth for me, and you can go out there and you can put your name on one, and they're used in the barn here, and we discount them pretty good because they've been used, and we don't charge you for the mess that's in it either. So you can take that,
you can take that home with you if you want to as well.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a 2-4 if you ask me.
That's right.
But y'all, these are brand new scales. When they first bring them down here, they're brand new. And you think about how many times y'all weigh y'all's animals at home, y'all are fine. These things are broken in and ready to rock and roll. So if you're looking for a scale, this is a great way to get your first scale. And it's it's like going to what I explained to last week, but it's like going to a dealership.
Absolutely.
And they have one of those brand new vehicles that they haul people around in, like when they get their oil change, they go drop them off at the mall or whatever. It has very, very low miles on it, but it's brand spanking new, still smells new.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know if y'all's scales still smell new by the end of the show, but at the same token, they're brand new scales. So for those of you looking for a scale for your chapter, for your kid, for your programs, whatever it may be, this is a good place to get one at the end of the show. So go see Bo and them at the Murdoch booth outside the swine barn, kind of catty corner to the steer barn out here. You can't miss it.
No,
it's right there.
Yeah.
Big, bold, and right in your face kind of thing. And as it should be.
Yeah.
So, Bo, we're down to our top 4 here in this first class of Chesters here. Top 5 here in this class make the sale. So all these kids are going to be fortunate enough to walk the stage here at San Antonio this year. And young lady in the purple was 4th. The other young lady was 3rd, and now we're down to the 2 young men. The young man in the red is 2nd, and your class winner is the young man in the lavender. Let's hear from Mr. Hofschulte.
First call, Class 76, Chester White Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens.
Well, we come back from a 2-day break, and you kind of get back in your groove and take a little time here. But we got a really good way to start off the day, and this young man's Chester Barrow here. He is the totals Barrow in the class in just terms of width and look and his ability to come out and give you some round shape there to his center of his body. I think he's just a notch more comfortable. He patterns up better for me from the profile than the Barrow that ends up in 2nd. He's just a notch better in his lines from top to bottom when you study him on the profile, and that look right there. And then when he comes at you with that big chest and leaves you with a good square hock, I think you got to go ahead and gravitate to him for our class winner. Young man in the red, he gets up here in 2nd because he does have the freshest backed one. Really bold-bladed, really good in terms of the flare out of the backside of his blade. He wants to shuffle them hind legs a little more than our class winner. He's not as big in his bone when you study his rear leg and his foot, but just in terms of shape and freshness, I thought he needed to get into that top pair. That's where he beats the Barrow that comes out in 3. It's just his shape and freshness. This one gets a little blander when you get over the top of him. You study him out of the way that shoulder works out here at the surface. It's not as athletic. It's not as good. It's not as appropriate in the way it's laid onto his body. But I think he gets in the top 3 just from a freshness standpoint, especially when you get on top of him. He stays good and square out back when you get in there behind him. I think that's where he kind of beats this pig that comes next, is just his overall width of chest and his muscle when you get up on top of him. This pig I do like. He's probably the most like our class winner from the profile, just in terms of his pattern. But, man, he gives up a lot when he comes right at you at his chest. And then when you get on top of this Barrow, he's not as descript. He's not as chiseled up. He's not as impressive in his overall muscle shape and pattern when you get right there on top of that particular Barrow. Just thought he was sounder. Just thought he was bigger ribbed. He was a little more practical in his makeup than this Barrow that comes next. This one here is super fresh. He does have more shape if you want to talk that. We thought he gave up too much just in terms of his center dimension. His rib shape's too flat for us, but the young lady brings him to us very well presented. She got him good and fresh, and I think that's how he beats this Barrow that comes next. It's a fundamental, just practical Barrow. He kind of started to want to labor out of his front end the longer the drive went, but we just got to freshen him up. And then when you get to studying him from the side, you know, is his quality good enough from his blade forward to get into that top 5 spot? We thought he was the most just ordinary in his overall look and presence when you get him out here from the side in that top 6 of those Barrows, but a really nice fundamental pig there to go into 6. Young man coming out here in 7, just got to have one that goes better. He gets too laboring out of those front feet and that shoulder, but man, he's got him looking right. I appreciate him putting in the effort to get that skin and hair fresh for sure. Young lady coming next, really wide, really opened up Barrow. We thought he just got too short in his step there off of both ends of his skeleton. Thought he got a little too upright in the angle to that blade. Just not as much feature up there through his front end as those ahead of him, but she does an excellent job getting him drove and presented as well. Then we just get in with some major structure issues in terms of their feet and legs. This Barrow, we just like to make him a notch more appropriate in the way that he handles that shoulder out here. Same goes for these two coming. Just maybe not the look and quality, but a really nice set of Chester Barrows, really good set of kids. Let's put our hands together and start the day off right.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And we have placings for Class 75, Chester White Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Aaliyah Lynn Caldwell, Jordanton, FFA. 9th place, Dylan Hickson, Joe Hickson, Wellman Union FFA. 8th place, Mabry Lewis, McLennan County 4-H. 7th place, Tristan Powell, Shallowater FFA. 6th place, Riley Lynn Wagner, Atascosa County 4-H. 5th place, Creed Coatsart, Brown County 4-H. 4th place, Florence Hitzfelder, Dehennis FFA. 3rd place, Whitley Ann West, Divine FFA. 2nd place, Owen Michael Helms, Ballinger FFA. And 1st place, Graham Smith, New Home FFA. Graham is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 75, Chester White Barrows. Breed of that barrow is Byers Farms of Abernathy, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred cap sponsored by the Pork Checkoff at our association table near the show ring.
If you just now joined us, we're in our second class of Chesters this morning for our second wave here at the 77th Annual Junior Market Barrow Show. They've done their first sort. They're going through their second sort presently. They've pulled one back already. They pulled 3 to start. Now the fourth one, they've pulled one back already. So they really like the young lady in the blue sweater so far. As they're evaluating this class 76, just wanted to give you our Texas bred class champion. It went to our first place in class 75. It was Graham Smith out of New Home FFA, and the breeder of his pig was Beyer Farms out of Abernathy. Congratulations to Byers Farm, Todd Byers and his crew. They do a really good job and really work hard to put great genetics together. And we congratulate them on their Texas bred class champion. We've got a second one penned at this time. Guy in the paisley shirt. So we got 2 back so far. Our judges have viewed 6 of them total. Looks like our judges kept 16 in this class, which is really great as far as they're working hard to ensure they check all the boxes and are satisfied with their ultimate decisions of which ones go to the San Antonio sale. There's only 5 placings in this class, and in this class here we have 31 head that went through the ring. You just now joined us. Our Chester show will consist of 94 total head, which is up from last year. We had 83 show up for the 2025 show, so I was glad to see that this breed has grown some from last year to this year. I want to thank Taylor Ford and his crew for bringing us allowing us to give you the play-by-play here and give the views as if you were here at the show, and then you're able to do it from your house or office or wherever you're at presently this morning. But we thank them for having such a great crew, allowing us to give you these play-by-play too, and they couldn't do it without the sponsors that help support this event as well, their event as well, which is on the screen as you'll see them coming across the screen, the sponsors. If you see any of these sponsors, thank them for what they do as well. Still only have 3 so far that they've penned back for the second sword here. We got 10 out there prancing around the arena at this time. Looks like he's pulled another one. The young man in the plaid shirt has been penned. Long sleeve plaid shirt it is. Got 5 penned back so far. The last one penned was the young man, the tall young man in the black long sleeve shirt. Young man in light blue type shirt is our 6th one being penned back. So good that we've got such a much larger ring. You know, I can see and analyze these pigs a lot better with having this room from up above. And I can only imagine what it's done for our judges. If we were in half the size of the ring, they would be on top of each other. But this is just a good foresight of San Antonio to see, hey, we're open-minded to trying to figure out how can we make the ring bigger to give the judges a better view, and making it fair to each and every one of these young people and presenting their animals. Looks like the judges have 6 pinned, and they're giving the buttons now, so they're going to place it all the way down to 10th place. If they do like they've done before, I think they're going to go ahead and place then your 7th down through 10th place. All 10 of these will receive a very nice rosette. And even though that there are only 5 placings that make the sale, just to make the top 10 is quite the accomplishment, and some of these kids, that might be the only time they ever get that high, and it's a milestone in their life. It's a memorable time for them and something that they'll take on and remember the rest of their life. If you just now tuned in, we're going to be judging today the Chester White breed, the Yorkshire breed, the Landrace breed, and then the light crosses is what we'll end up and round out today. We had a total of 705 total show up for this second wave. Looks like they've dismissed our ones out here in the ring. They've done an outstanding job as well just to make the top sort and getting a chance to show. Our judges will be going through between today and tomorrow 24 classes, and there will be awarding another 118 sales slots. First wave, they went through 1,618 total head and awarded 228 sales slots. We've now let out the top 3 again of this class 76. And if you just now joined us, we have 6 that they've kept back, and they've placed 7 through 10. We got the top 4 here that they've let out so far. What they'll do is they'll evaluate these top 6 and place from 6 down to our class champion. I don't know if they'll put any of the top 2 back that they want to do the final placing on, but I suspect they're going to maybe just leave them out here and place them from 6th on up. Our second wave is slightly down from last year. However, the overall of the entire show is actually up slightly, which is a great tribute to San Antonio of just doing a great job and having such a great show that runs so smoothly. And they couldn't do it without these 7,000 volunteers it takes to run it. There are so few paid employees here for the show, so they have to go in and get people to volunteer to help run this show, and it takes 7,000 plus to make that happen. And they donate their vacation time, they donate time without pay away from work, just to ensure. And some of people are retired and come and spend their time here just because they believe in this program and believe in our young people that this is the thing they need to be involved in to further expand their ways of further educating themselves and being a great asset to the future and be successful. We got the top two out here. He has placed the third and fourth place. Looks like he made his decision. The plaid will be number 2, and the young lady in the blue shirt will be, or sweater, will be our class champion. And here we'll hear the reasons. Thank you.
We all know how these Chesters can get, and I think there's 2 of them out here that just exemplify each other, fit together a little more comfortably for us in terms of their build and their balance from the side. And of the 2, there's one that's just a notch more comfortable out here, especially out of his hock joint, young lady in the middle. Like his freshness that he brings, like his balance that he brings. He adds some added length of hip to the table when you start studying them too, and I think that just allows him to get out here and cover the ring a shot more comfortably. Like this pig's pattern a lot, like his shape that he offers. He is the stouter featured individual in terms of his face and his arm. You just got to ask yourself, is he athletic enough out of those rear 2? For us today, he wasn't to go ahead and get the nod to win the class, and that's how he gets into that second hole. Here's another pig here that just gets around the ring very comfortably. He's sound. He's opened up as he comes at you. A hog there that's still got some freshness in terms of his shape and back. I had a harder time getting him to just proportion up from the profile. He gets a little longer than I deem ideal, and he's probably the least powerful when you get right in behind him in terms of just his muscle and overall width. Just didn't think he was quite as edged up when you get up on top of him as them other 2, but mainly his proportionality from the profile is kind of what gets him beat for me in this top trio. And then we've got a pig here. I really like him from his elbow back. A hog there that's got big arm. He's got a big rear leg working into him. I thought he was a lot more impressive when you get right in behind him than the pig that comes out here next. But, man, we just got to neaten him up through his shoulder. From his elbow forward, he gets pretty mature. He just gets a little uglier there in that neck. But a pig there that keeps it together in terms of comfort. He's got a notch more just going right directly away. Thought he was a little heavier duty than this pig that ends up in 5. Pig that comes in 5, he is edged up when you get up on top of him there. Thought he was just frailer featured at the ground in terms of his foot and bone. Didn't please me quite as well in terms of the way he leaves me in terms of that working that hind leg quite as correctly. Here's a pig that just, real good pattern, real loose hocked. He gets pretty ordinary up through that front end. We got to clean him up there, pull him apart as he comes right at us, and his blade and his elbow there. But a pig you love from his elbow back in terms of his flexibility and his freshness. Hog coming next is one that just needs stoutened up, especially there in that arm and that front foot. He gets a little frailer in that regard. A pig that just doesn't handle his hip as well in terms of patterning from the side and his lines. Gets a little higher there in his rear loin and slopes off at his tail. But that's a nice pig that we thought just had a notch more in terms of freshness and shape. This pig here, I like some things about this hog. He is flexible. He's heavy bone. You get him out here and compare him to them other ones. He just got pretty dry in his lower rib. He got pretty dry in terms of the shape that he offers us when you get up on top of him there. But a pig that you'd like to square up a notch too as he leaves you right there at his hock. But a really heavy bone, sound one. Then we run into a pair of them here to end the class. This pig just has got to pattern up better for us from the profile. He gets awfully round made off of both ends of his skeleton. Love the muscle that he does bring to the table, though. Pig we end with, we got to stick more muscle into him to move him up any higher. Congratulations. Nice pair there at the top.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
And our placings for Class 76 Chester White Barrows. 10th place exhibited by Ross Judson Wagner, Dallam County, 4-H. Ninth place, Carlos Gomez, Pecos, FFA. Eighth place, Henley Holscher, Shallowater, FFA. Seventh place, Aiden Kenneth Rusher, Hale County, 4-H. Sixth place, Mace Mower, Jack County, 4-H. Fifth place, Brooks Vincent Baker, Marion, FFA. Fourth place, Grayson Landry Hartman, Nazareth, FFA. Third place, Ryder Wade Smith, Pleasanton, FFA. Second place, Cooper Christopher Home, Kendall County, 4-H. And first place goes to Jada Farley, Santa Ana, FFA.
So we just completed our second class, and we're on to our final class now, class 77 of our Chester show. This weight ranges is from 295 to 300 pounds, and there are 31 head in this class. So I don't know if you heard it through the PA, but I'm going to go ahead and give it. Texas bred class champion went to our second place in this class 76, and it was exhibited by Cooper Holman out of Kendall County 4-H. The breeder is CC Show Pigs of Sisterdale. This is a hog that the Holman family has raised. They've done a really good job there in Sisterdale. They even had great success at our junior gilt show here in San Antonio, getting a champion here as well in the gilt show. So congratulations to the Holman family for doing an outstanding job and winning the Texas bred in class 76. You just now joined us. This is the final class of our Chesters. This is class 77. Weight ranges is from 295 to 300 pounds. They have a 10-pound weigh back on the top end. You have to weigh within 10 pounds of what you've turned in, or no less than 10 pounds on the bottom end of what you've turned in. We have 31 in this class, and they're competing for 5 sale slots. The first 4 placings will actually be walking across the stage, and the fifth place and any of the breeds that we have 5th and 6th place will be non-walking lots that they won't have to show up for the sale. They are guaranteed $1,500, and anyone can do add-ons to their lots, and in fact it can be all done all the way through the first couple of days of March as well to do an add-on to that particular lot. So the reason for this setting up the sale that way, the auction committee was going so late, the sale was going so late into the morning hours, and it was just hard on the kids, hard on the buyers, hard on the parents, and by reducing that, they did that in all the species, depending on the placings of the species. Pigs, it is for 5th and 6th, but it helped tremendously, and yet the kids that were 5th and 6th were still guaranteed money. So what a great job by our auction committee to be able to have the foresight to improve things in the auction for the kids, the parents, and the buyers as well. Our Chester breed, the champion is competing not only for a chance for being in the Ring of Champions tomorrow afternoon, but also an opportunity to win a $10,000 scholarship. San Antonio has worked tremendously hard in building their scholarship program here. It started back in 1984, where they had only 15 scholarships totaling $90,000. Today, our scholarship program, and this was to date, and this was through injection of scholarships, grants, endowment, and auction and show premiums, now total over $279 million that has occurred since 1985 to date now. So what a great foresight that San Antonio has focused on this to really reward these young kids, and they believe in furthering their education, no matter if it's in trade schools or universities. They want to be able to allow these kids to be very successful, and they've worked really hard to make this happen. In fact, even on the scholarship side, this year they'll be giving away $1,865,000 total dollars in scholarships. The scholarships for the Barrows show alone is going to be $110,000 here in the Barrows show. And the Junior Gilt show, a couple weeks ago, it was $95,000 just for the purebred show.
Wow. Wayne, we're getting through this show pretty quickly. I mean, we're on our last class of Chesters already, and it's barely 8 o'clock.
Yes, that's we won't know how to act, will we, Landon, getting through early.
Hey, you might be able to go ride the Ferris wheel today like you've been wanting to do since you were a kid, right?
Oh, my goodness. That's a little scary.
They pulled one young individual out of the pen, Wayne, out of the big arena here, so it'll be interesting to see how that all goes. That person probably has a chance to potentially get a placing ribbon here.
Absolutely. We've seen that time in and time out.
I think we have 13 pin.
You just joined us. We're in a second sort by our judges in our last class of Chesters. We've got the 4th one coming out now. A lot of times what they'll do is they'll get the top 4 out. They're conferring as each one are kind of coming out and discussing what they're seeing and making sure that each one have seen the same things. Each one, they've picked one back. The young lady in the pink-looking shirt is now going back to the pen for a third sort. So she's definitely one that's going to be in our top 4 or top 6, depending on how many they keep back.
Well, in the depth of quality in this class, they only got 13, Wayne, so they won't do a double sort where they pin back 10 like they did on that first class in the morning. They'll pin, like you said, between 4 and 6. I have a feeling, because they didn't keep as many back in this one like they did that first class of the breed.
And I think that was too probably just getting their eye set and just ensuring they kind of got jump started well, because I think the second class, if I remember right, they kept 6th and then placed 7th on down. And the young man in the light blue shirt.
Mm-hmm. That's 4 pin back so far now.
They have 4 still in the pen that haven't been viewed for the second evaluation yet, that they're going to release out here in a moment.
They had one that they were kind of looking at the feet just to make sure there was nothing on the feet, and it wasn't anything on the feet. You got to be careful about that kind of stuff. They're classifying, but they're also looking for impurities too. They've got 5 pin back so far, Wayne. I don't know. He's probably going to pin 6 to 7 back potentially.
I would think so,
yeah,
because
it's
they
gonna be
still
deep.
have 3. The third to last one is just now being released out.
Mm-hmm. It's so important to keep them walking and moving. If you don't give the judges a good look, at some point they're going to be like, man, if I can't get a good look at them, it's hard to get a good fair evaluation on them if they're not moving. So as a showman, just remember you want to keep showing and try to keep that animal moving when he's looking at you. Yeah, he's got 7 pin back now. Still has 1 more to evaluate here, and it's a pretty good hog too from what it looks like.
As our judges are evaluating this Class 77, our final class of our Chester Drive here, I mentioned about the auction committee on our non-walking and walking lots and how they've really worked hard to raise money for these kids. In fact, for our Barrows show, they have worked so hard that the Barrows show auction is the second highest amount of revenue that's being raised here at San Antonio, and it has broken another record this year as well at almost $1.7 million, and it's number 2, the steers being the highest at 2.6. But just outstanding what they've done to raise this money. In fact, the grand champion broke a record last year from 25 to 24. In 25, it brought $102,300. In 2024, $81,100. A reserve grand champion last year also broke a record. It brought $60,000, and in 2024, it brought $55,100.
Looks like they're going to start placing. So they pinned 7 back, so they're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th. Young man in the light red will be 8th. Young lady in the kind of brownish green will be 9th. And we have 1 more placing. Then we're going to pull these top 7 individuals out, and young man with the glasses in the light blue will be 10th place. So what they're going to do now is excuse the other individuals. They're going to go talk to each one of them real quick, and I applaud the judges for having the integrity to do so with these kids, and they know how hard these kids work at home. But they're going to pull these other 7 out and place from 7th until we have a class winner here in this final class of Chester Market Barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Wave 2, day 1. We're pulling out the first one here. First of 7 that they get back, and we're going to place from 7th up till we have a class winner in this final class of Chesters, then bring all the firsts and seconds back out, and we're going to crown you a champion and reserve champion Chester at the conclusion of this final class. Like Wayne probably mentioned earlier, a total of 94 Chesters showed up here today at San Antonio. Young man having a little trouble getting his hog out here. Doesn't want to go. One of those Chesters either hungry or thirsty or something. Have our top 7 out here. So he's going to pin 2 of them back, and they'll be the top part of the class here. So we have 5 out here, but what y'all don't realize is they've got 7 out here, so there's a total of 7 here. Place a young man in the light blue 7th. And you see 4 pigs out here, but there are 2 pigs pinned back. They will be the top part of the class, so there's actually 6 total pigs left here in this class. They're going to place them down and then bring these other 2 back out again. They may leave 1 or 2 left standing out here to compare with those other 2. The judges didn't want to wear them out because they knew they were at the top part of the class. Young lady in the pink is going to be 6th place. Excuse me. And sometimes they'll pin 2 back if they really like them a lot, just so you don't wear them out. When you have 7 total pigs that you pulled, and you know 2 are going to be at the top, you don't want to wear them out. Just re-rack them and bring them back out again when you're ready for them. Now we're going to bring these other 2 pigs out. Amber alert's going off. I'm sure everybody else is as well. Young lady in the blue was 5th. Young lady in the light pink was 4th. There's 2 young ladies in light pink, but now we're down to our top 2. Young man was 3rd. Now we're down to our top 2 in our final class of Chester White Barrows here at San Antonio. Once again, at the conclusion of this class, we're going to move to our overall selection of our Chester breed.
Well, kind of like the last class, you gotta sort through feet and legs pretty hard, and it's pretty evident in these Chesters. That's kind of what sorts them. But we've got one to start with on top that is sound and still has a lot of dimension and shape. We admit, he's probably fighting a weight a little bit. He's a little bit empty back there, but he still balances from the side proportions well. He's just so much more impressive when you get on top of him in terms of his true shape of muscle, his true power and dimension. When he goes right directly away from you, he's a lot more impressive in terms of his bone when he leaves you than the bear that's in second, and he's just more of a man when you get up on top of him. Young lady here in 2 does have more body dimension. He is fresher about his flank, but one that gives up quite a bit when you start studying him in his arm and his front foot bone. He's not near as impressive when you get up on top of him and want to talk about backside shape, but a hog there that's you love for his freshness, for his ability to stay comfortable. And when you get in behind him, he just gets a little higher there in his crotch than our class winner. Not quite as impressive right there through the lower part, inner part of his ham, but he's just so much fresher, so much more ready in terms of his body dimension than the bear that comes out next. It's one we kind of slid up a little higher as the drive went on. He stayed comfortable. That's a heavy bone hog that we thought needed to get up in there. Really big armed, really put together in terms of just his build from top to bottom. He gets too dry and hard in his rib for us. He gets a little blander up top when you get up on top of him and compare him to them 2 that are ahead of him. But he's just way heavier structured than the bear that comes next. The bear that comes next gets just a little land race in his look in terms of that head and that placement of his neck. He's definitely not as heavy structured when you study his foot and arm and his rear bone than that bear that's ahead of him. He is impressive when you get on top of him. Like I said, just kind of runs out of bone when he meets the surface there compared to those top 3. Just thought he was a lot sounder out of his shoulder than this bear that comes next. This one wants to kind of quick step up through his front end. He gets a little frailer up there in his arm as well, but he's just a notch fresher, just a notch more well presented than the bear that comes out here in 6. It's a nice hog that comes out in 6. He's really fundamental. I love him from his full rib back. It's from there forward we got to change him. He gets pretty common and ordinary in his head and his neck and the way that ties up and out of his blade. But most importantly, why he's in 7 or why he gets here today is a hog that just needs to go better out of his shoulder as the drive goes on. But love his body dimension, love his shape that he offers up high. Same song and dance here. He's got to go better out of his shoulder to move him up any higher. This gets too complicated in the way that he moves there. Then we come with the pig that just needs more to him. He just gets pretty flat when he comes right directly at you, gets pretty frail up in his arm. Love his side view presence. This young man's done a great job getting him to this point in terms of his skin and hair. We just got to pry him open as he comes directly at us. Then the pig that comes next here is one that I love his side view presence. I love the quality of head that he has on the end of his neck. It's his shoulder, knee to ground that gets him beat. He wants to come in pretty hard there at his knee. He wants to paddle up front in terms of his front foot placement, but he is fresh. He's long hip. And this is a pig here that just doesn't get cooperative for this guy that we end with. He's a pretty good hog. If he'd ever curl his tail, I think we'd like him a notch better. But a pig there that just never really got comfortable out here, never really balanced up. Like to square him up as he comes right directly at us. Nice way to end these Chesters. Let's give these kids a hand.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
FFA. 6th place, Riley Kate Christensen, Valley View, FFA. 5th place, Paisley McCrae Allison, Lynn County, 4-H. 4th place, Reese Elizabeth Guthman, Wharton County, 4-H. 3rd place, Tanner Derek Morse, Giddings, FFA. 2nd place, Stormy Malden, Taylor County, 4-H. And 1st place, Kylie Claire Huseman, Lubbock County, 4-H. Those are placings for Class 77, and Kylie is also our Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 77. Breeder of that barrel is Wisen Brothers Show Pigs of San Angelo, and they can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Congratulations to those top 10 individuals from our final class of Chester White Barrows. We are now moving on to the champion overall selection of our Chester breed. We're going to bring all 3 first places back out again and crown you a champion, followed by our reserve champion selection, obviously. Then we're going to move on to our 5 classes of Yorkshires. The Yorkshire breed has about 22, 23, 19, give or take low 20s, high teens in each one of these classes. So those York classes should go pretty quickly, followed by 2 classes of the Landrace breed. So today, like I said, today will be a quicker day. The first wave is always the long ones. They go till, 6 to 8 o'clock at night because there's so many that we have to sort through. Wave 2 is a little bit more what I call lax. It's fun. It's competitive. It's just not quite as many head that show up for Wave 2. But what we're judging today, for those of you wanting to know the schedule for today, we're judging the Chester White breeds, which we are fixing to conclude after the overall selection of our Chester breed, followed by the Yorkshires, Landrace, and light crossbreds today. 16 total classes between all these different breeds, not including the champion and reserve champion selections. And then tomorrow we will do our other crossbreds. There are a total of 3 divisions worth of those, so a total of 8 classes, followed by the grand and reserve overall selection tomorrow. So tomorrow should be pretty quick too as well. But I would anticipate we'll be done by 2 o'clock today, if not sooner. For those of you who want to tune in or won't get to tune in until later.
All righty, folks. Let's
we'll be
select
done by
a champion and reserve champion, Chester White Barrow. Your Class 75 champion, Graham Smith, New Home, FFA. Your Class 76 champion, Jada Farley, Santa Ana, FFA. And your Class 77 champion, Kylie Claire Huseman, Lubbock County, 4-H.
As they're looking at these 3 for the champion reserve breed champion, our Texas bred in Class 77 went to the first place, Kyla Huseman out of Lubbock County 4-H. The breeder was Wazoon Brothers out of Show Pigs out of San Angelo. That family does a really good job as well with their genetics and have had a great year this year.
Yeah, they've always been toward the top, man.
Oh, that's
so
a good,
whatever y'all
good
are doing,
family as well.
Yeah, whatever y'all are doing, guys, keep it up. Like I said, these are our 3 class champions of each one of these
Let's
classes.
give these 3 young individuals out here a big round of applause. We'll pick your champion, Chester. A good way to start out the day. We got 3 that have quality out here, and it comes down between a pair of them for us, and that just pattern up a notch better from the profile. And of that pair, there's one of them that flexes and goes out of his hip and hock just a notch better. Man, he's impressive when you get up on top of him. Wish he had just a shot more feel, but we think he's got enough to get it done. The heavyweight, congratulations.
Congratulations to Kylie Claire Huseman, Lubbock County 4-H, exhibitor of our champion Chester White Barrow. Now coming into contention, Stormy Malden, Taylor County 4-H.
We bring our second out. Love his freshness in terms of his body. You know, when you get in behind this hog and study the way he's assembled, is he long enough rumped? Is he just powerful enough down low when you get in behind him? That's the question. We think there's another one that kind of just fits us in terms of balance and the way that he patterns from the side. Didn't find him quite as loose out of his hip and hock, but he's our second favorite, the lightweight. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Graham Smith, New Home FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion, Chester White Barrow.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, now we are moving on to our Yorkshire breed, a total of, like I mentioned earlier, 5 classes. Classes are pretty small. We're down on the Yorkshire breed this year, but the depth of quality I anticipate to be just as strong. Class number 80 consists of 22 total head, and weight ranges on these Barrows goes from 250 to 268. Looks like you're ready to talk, Wayne.
Yeah, as they're preparing for the start of our Yorkshire show, if you didn't join us there, the champion, Chester, came out of our heavyweight class, out of class 77, Kylie Huseman out of Lubbock County 4-H. It was bred by the Wazoon brothers. Congratulate for them not only the Texas bred class champion in class, but also the breed champions. Congratulations. And our reserve went to Graham Smith out of the first class of Chesters in class 75 out of New Home FFA. And it was also the Texas bred class champion, Byers Farms. Mr. Todd Byers and his family do an outstanding job with their genetics as well. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors and the breeders of these Barrows.
Looks like the guys used a restroom break real quick. I don't see any. I just see Miss Donna out there in the ring, and she's one of the many volunteers that makes up the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Over 7,000 plus volunteers that dedicate their time, efforts, and energy to these kids. I mean, a lot of these people are taking off work, using their vacation or non-paid vacation to be here for these kids. They believe in the show. They believe in the mission. And they believe in these kids. So If you know any of these individuals, tell them how thankful they are, because it is a thankless job. They don't get the credit they deserve. They don't ask for that credit, but as a human being, I think it's only fair we take good care of them because they choose kids over their own lives, and that's something to be admired by.
As we prepare for our Yorkshire show here, there will be 5 placings that will go. Will be sales lots here in San Antonio. The top 4 will actually go across the stage, and the 5th one will be considered the non-walking lot, which is definitely, even though they're not going across the live auction, they are actually going to be guaranteed a minimum of $1,500 in monies, and then anybody can add to those sale lots if you know those particular exhibitors. You can add it not only during the show if you're there, or you can do it online the same day, or you have several days after that. In fact, I think the first few days of March you can go up through. So if you want to help some of these that don't actually go across the live auction, you're able to. And what a great job by our auction committee to come up with this program, because they wanted to reduce the amount of time and long hours into the morning, and reduce the stress on not only our kids and our buyers, the parents as well.
So I guess my question to you on doing an add-on for these kids, is there a minimum amount you have to do for that? Or
you can do any amount you want to do as an add-on. Yep, nope, there's no set amounts here, and it all goes to the kid.
Yeah, I think both of the guys went to the restroom real quick, and then we'll get started once again with the first class of Yorkshire's, class number 80. Once again, 22 head in this class. Weight ranges on those Barrows goes from 250 to 268. Total of 5 classes, so it's 2 more classes more than the Chester breed that we just saw, and these are actually smaller classes than the Chester breed. So I anticipate the next 2 breeds, Wayne, to go pretty quickly. I mean, it's only 8:36 right now. And it looks like the guys are back. And as we judge this class, once again, we're judging the Yorkshire breed, the Landrace breed, and the Light Cross breed, which a total of 6 classes of Light Crosses, 2 classes of Landrace, and 5 classes of York. So if my math serves me correctly, that's 13 total classes we have yet to evaluate, not including the champion and reserve champion selections of each one of these breeds here today. Temperature is starting to warm up here. I can kind of feel it, Wayne. You talked about it was in the 50s earlier today.
Yes, it was 54 earlier this morning.
And it was a cool 54.
There was a lot of dampness in the air. There was some kind of mist on our windshield when we got out to our vehicle this morning out of the hotel.
Well, and we're up to 57 degrees, feels like 62, but I think by lunchtime, by 11 o'clock, we're going to hit 70 degrees here. So, I mean, by this afternoon, it's very important with your animals to keep them cooled down. Because as hot as it's going to get in this barn, if you're showing tomorrow, I want to make sure they stay cool, make sure they stay hydrated, because they can lose so much moisture in their body, just like we can, because they don't sweat, other
just
than in their nose, and yeah. And the only way you can really cool them off is by spraying water on their head or their feet, because they can regulate their temperature by that way. We've even done it, Wayne, where we put a ice cold towel out of ice water and put it on their back to kind of keep them cool if we needed to, or on their head.
Absolutely, we did that often when we had a hot barn.
I might be needing one of those by the end of this weekend, or by the end of this week.
I did bring the ice chest, so we could fill it full of ice water and put it around your neck, see what it does to you.
Well, we'll have to take everything else out of that ice chest, which I don't want to. Little joke on everybody here.
So as Landon mentioned, our judges will go through 16 classes today, not counting the champions and reserve. They'll evaluate 404 head as well out of the 705 that showed up here for our second wave.
So you think about that, that's over half the show.
A little over half
for wave number 2.
Absolutely.
So they've got two pin back so far, and there might be a few below us at this time getting classified and evaluated for their weight. Once again, once you turn in your weight card, say you turn in your weight card at 260, if you get selected for a potential placing spot, you will get classified by our panel of classifiers, and then you will go across the scale. If you turn your weight card in at 260, you can weigh up to 270, but no less than 250 when you go across that scale. So there's a 10-pound swing on either side of your weight card. And I know I mentioned that a lot for those of you who've been tuned in, but those are those who just are tuning in and want to know how that all works. That's kind of the gist of it.
Well, and as we're talking about these waybacks and stuff like that, just information for our listeners, anybody that was a champion in reserve in our first wave, when they go out tomorrow in the Ring of Champions, they can weigh up to 23 pounds more than what they turned in.
We got a runner in the ring.
Oh, my goodness.
I wish y'all could see this.
We got a track star.
Yeah, we got a rodeo going on. And Hog's happy to be out there in the big arena. That means he gets a second look, and he's making sure he's showing it off. For those of you who can't see,
we need the judges out here so they can, so he can show off for them. But yeah, and then what's interesting too is anybody that shows today or tomorrow, in fact, when they get to the Grand Drive, they're given 5 more pounds as well.
And you have to, just like us. As
absolutely.
we're growing, our bodies will grow naturally. You can't expect to keep a hog at the same weight for 3 or 4 days in a row. That's tough to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Hogs like to eat, kind of like me,
I like food too.
I think we all do.
More than salad.
Well, salad is food. Just let's get that clear.
That's beet pulp.
Yeah, I know. That's rabbit food's what I call it. We've got 6 pin backs so far in this first class of Yorks. I mean, 10 of them will get a placing ribbons, and top 5 will also make the sale here in San Antonio on each one of these Yorkshire classes. Once we get to the land race, there's only 2 classes of land race. Only top 3 of each one of the 2 classes in the land race division will make the sale. So it's based off of numbers, a sheer volume of numbers. Now, do they base that on last year's numbers or this year's numbers, Wayne?
Well, that's a good question, but I believe that it's probably based more of last year's numbers because that's the history that they've got to go by.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't, tomorrow's never known, and you don't know how many are going to show up, and they had over 3,000 entries.
Absolutely.
For San Antonio, and we still had 2,200 show up. Which,
actually even more than that. The two to combine. It was 23, which is kind of a cool number.
So you had about 600 or 700 hogs that didn't show up based on entries, which, that's still really good because, there's other factors. They could have taken their animal they could have sold it at a county or district show, or they decided not to take it because they get sick or it's not ready. There's all these different factors that play into coming here at San Antonio. So the fact that those numbers showed up was still very admirable.
Absolutely. And, if you think back when you were showing and other kids, our philosophy was on that. You buy this set of pigs to show, and you show them when they're ready. So you don't know, are they going to be ready for San Antonio, or are they going to be ready for Houston or San Angelo?
Or they could get hurt or sick, too, as well. So, your philosophy was you had to have a backup to every backup, too.
Well, and the entry is the cheapest thing you can do. If you're not entered, you can't. You can
post an entry. It's an insurance policy to say, hey, we don't know if we're coming, but for the amount of money it costs to get an entry, it's worth having it because you just never know. You may say, man, I wish we'd have had an entry here. And
absolutely.
They're going to go ahead and allow this young lady, I think, to get weighed and classified here, and the other 2 are going to go their separate ways with their animals. Looks like we have a total of 9 pin back to this point. 11. So I think we're going to have 12 for a chance at a top 10 placing position here in this first class of Yorkshire Barrows here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
And if you just now joined us, they're going to be competing for 5 sale slots here in this Yorkshire breed.
Well, in the first, the lead judge in this one as well is Mr. Nick Hofschulte, and our secondary evaluator for this breed is Chad Day.
So we're starting our second sort here, if you've just now joined us.
I'm going to go and read a little bio on Mr. Nick Hofschulte. He's our lead judge for our Yorkshire breed here. He was our Chester breed as well. Mr. Nick Hofschulte is from Oklahoma, and his occupation is livestock and feed production business. He has a wife named Holly and daughters Kinley, Harper, and Hazelyn, and their son Will. He judged livestock at Connors State College, and his hobbies include breeding and showing livestock, spending time with family and friends, and also really enjoys learning new things about business and industries he's not familiar with as he becomes older. His accomplishments, he's a husband and father of 4, and that's taking family first, and I think that's very awesome, Nick. We share the same values there.
Looks like they've pinned back the young lady in the light purple.
With a purple bow, yeah.
Yes.
She's, if you get pinned back here, that's a really, really good thing. We've got a total of 13 hogs that we're evaluating for a top 10 placing spot.
They pin you back that quickly. There's a good chance
you're going to make it to the top.
Make the sale,
potentially.
For sure.
Well, there's been some that have been pinned back that have been 6th or 7th as well, just depending on the depth of quality in the class. The last class, they pinned back 7, and they only had 12 to start with, so just shows you the depth of quality, or they just didn't know on those top 7. They kind of, like Nick said on the mic, feet and legs sorted themselves in this class, so that was the big influence on what they selected in that last class of Chesters a while ago.
And just you that are viewing the Yorkshire breed here, they go through a classification just like the other breeds have as well. So maybe the question might enter your mind, well, what if you get classified out? Where do you go? For whatever reason, if they don't make the breed character classifications or that, depending on what the situation is, if they have black spots on their body that is over like a silver dollar, for example, then they will go to the other cross class.
Which is shown tomorrow, correct?
Yes. Now, if they it's more the ears or something like that, and they don't have black on them, then they go to the light cross class, which will be shown today.
They do go to light cross class? Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So they're going to do a double. So my question to you, and maybe this is...
They could do a double showing in the same day.
Well, hold on. This is my question to you. If they show tomorrow, do they get an extra 5 pounds?
No. That's only in the Grand Drive they get the extra 5
Got you.
pounds.
So no matter what day you show, if you get classed out today, you got to weigh the same amount tomorrow.
Correct.
Some of them might be cutting a little close. Hopefully they just stay in their class and they don't have to get classed out. That's the end goal here, right?
Yeah.
We've got 4 pinned back here, and he looks like he's going for the button. So he has his top 4. These individuals will make the sale, and the next placing one will make the sale. So this will be your 5th place animal in this class here. Because he's going to place 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. Bring these last top 4 back out again, and then sort from 4th all the way till we have a class winner here in this first class of Yorkshires. So it sounds like he's got his top 4 that he really, really likes. That the cream kind of rises to the top in this class. They're both talking it out together right now. Say, okay, here's our hogs that we have left out here to place 5th through 10th. Where do we want to start? Which one do you like? Which one do I like? How do we want to go about this? So they're doing a phenomenal job, both Chad and Nick together, of getting together, sorting the class as a team. There's a 2-judge system, but at the same time, they're doing one uniformed set that they have built together. And there's compromise in that. There's certain things that I like that somebody else may not like, but when you're judging as a team, you have to learn to compromise. It's just like a marriage or anything else. Although in a marriage, your wife normally wins, for those of you who I'm talking about. They're always right, remember?
Of course. It's a yes ma'am, no ma'am deal.
So she thinks. I can say that because she's not here.
You just got to turn your back and walk and think it to yourself what you really thought.
Well, I pray to God Karen's not listening right now. Sorry, honey, you're right. Okay, we're going to judge 5th. So it looks like, they're looking around here. So young lady in the green and white.
She makes the last sales slot.
Yeah, she's going to be 5th place. That's correct.
Congratulations to her. That's hard to get.
Young lady in the pink was 6th. I believe young lady in the purple was 7th. Young lady in the green and white is 8th. Young lady in the red is 9th, and we have one more placing position here. And Nick's doing a phenomenal job knowing, like, hey, this is the last placing one. I want to make sure that these are right as well. Young lady in the orange will be 10th. Now we're going to bring these top 4 back out here again. And place 4th through 1st.
So, we talked about classification, especially where it affects in these Yorkshires, and we'll see it in the Landrace and the other. I just want to give our listeners kind of what these classifiers are, how they determine which area that they go in, if they go in light cross or if they go in regular crossbred.
Well, before you do that, we're gonna pull these 4 out one at a
looks
time.
like they're out now.
Well, no, we still got 2 more to pull out here after this young lady. And what we're going to do is pull all 4 out and then place them 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in that order. And this is the first of 5 total classes of Yorkshires here today. So go ahead, Wayne, kind of explain what's going on with the classification here on this thing.
So how do they distinguish between light crossbreds and then your other crossbreds or your crossbreds? Barrows with only white or blue, now I said blue, pigmentation are eligible for that light crossbred division, or breed. So that's what they're looking for. If they have any type of black pigment on them, then they would go to the other cross breed. So that's how they distinguish between that. And that's the example we were giving on the Yorkshire. If they had black spots over a silver dollar, then they would definitely go to the other cross because of the black pigmentation. And of course, when you have your light crosses, they've got to have all blue pigmentation on them, as I mentioned, or solid white. So with that in mind, if they do not have that, that breed will be classified in the light crosses, and they would then go into the other crosses. But at least they get an opportunity then to show.
Really nice way to start off our Yorkshire breed today and our Yorkshire Drive. Got a really nice one to start this class with, and he does so pretty easily. I think all of us along ringside should agree that this one needs to win this particular class. Just a solid pig. Gets out and goes good. He's really good in terms of the way that he comes and goes and flexes out here. You get up on top of him. He's got a big, bold rib. He's got plenty of length of hip to allow him to grab the surface. Really nice place to start. The one that pushes him for us, this young lady in the pink sweater, I like his look from the side as well as anything in the class in terms of the way that his neck comes up and out of his blade is very good. His skin and hair is on point. He's not as robust in his rib shape right behind his shoulder in terms of his heart and his girth there. And right when he comes at us, he's not as impressive as our class winner. But, man, you love his presence. You love his ability to get out here and balance, and that's how he gets into that 2-hole for us. Young man coming through, your pig just didn't balance quite as good as that one ahead of you. You may be a notch bolder through your chest. He's maybe a little more impressive when you get up on top of him. It's this view right here. He doesn't proportion as good. He's a shot lower set in the relation to the length of his body. And then when you get to studying his hip, he wants to kind of short step off those 2 rear legs. He gets a little shorter and rounder in the design to his rump, but that one is just a notch better coming at you, a notch more archine in terms of his rib and his pliability than this young man in the pink. Love the elevation this one brings to the table. He's got him fresh, fit, looking good. One there that just gets too straight in the angle of his shoulder. He wants to kind of prance up front in that regard to kind of compensate, but he's just the flatter mate tailor-made individual all the way through. When you get up on top of him, he's a little flatter in his rib design. He's a little flatter in the way that he comes at us. Pig coming next here catches a sell spot just because he is a notch more bold as he comes right directly at you. And in his forerib, then the hog coming out next. Thought his ability to just pattern up was a notch better. Just got a notch more real muscle, and his angles out of his hip and his hock suited us a notch better than this bear that ends up in 6. Bear that comes next is just one that gets too flat in his forerib, just gets too rigid in the way that he moves from that hock down. But she's put the work in. She's got him fresh in terms of his skin and hair, like his muscle shape, like the added effort in terms of getting him ready. Hog coming next here is really stout, really bold in terms of his bone and his feature. He got to go better as he comes directly at us. He wants to narrow up from blade to ground. And then when you get in on top of him, he's just a notch blander in terms of his rib shape, in terms of the roundness of it. Hog coming next. I like this pig's pattern. He just never wants to catch a gear out here. I like his design. I like the way that he presents himself. Standing still, we'd like him a lot. He just gets too robotic out of both ends of his skeleton. We got to free him up, make him more athletic out of that front end. Got to freshen this one up. Coming out next, just gets too plain in his muscle shape for us, but love his bone and his ability to cover the ring. Hog coming next here just runs out of bone, runs out of muscle compared to these ahead of him. Let's congratulate him. Excellent class winner to start the Yorks off with.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
And we have our placings for Class 80, Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Stella Coates, Hockley County, 4-H. 9th place, Paisley Mitchum, Time Green County, 4-H. 8th place, Carson Louise Katner, Petersburg, FFA. 7th place, Catherine Janelle McAllister, Iowa Park, FFA. 6th place, Erica Mezanin, Canyon New Braunfels, FFA. 5th place, Lexi Addison Scheidt, Bernie, FFA. 4th place, JC Danielle Ohl, Pleasanton, FFA. 3rd place, Maverick Thomas McKeon, Merkel, FFA. 2nd place, Ridley Cathy, Wheeler County, 4-H. And exhibiting first place, Coley Jane Fernandez, Winkler Loving County, 4-H. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from Class 80, Yorkshire Barrows, exhibited by Lexi Scheidt, Bernie, FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Nash Waltman of Bernie, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring. Exhibitors, we got one barrow that hasn't checked in yet. Aubrey Renee Bunker, Freona FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand? Let us know, please. Aubrey Renee Bunker, Freona FFA. Thank you.
Wayne might have already mentioned it, but we're moving on to class number 2 of our Yorkshire breed. Class 81 consists of 24 total head, and weight ranges on these Barrows goes from 268 to 281 here today. This will be the second of 5 total classes of our Yorkshire breed. Once again, we should go through these pretty quickly. This is the largest class of the Yorkshires with a head of 24, which is about 7 smaller than any one of the Chester classes. We've got 6 pin back, for a chance at a top 10 placing to this point. Moving on to our last one here. Be interesting to see how many are below me right now. They've got to go through a classification panel of judges, and that does take a little bit of time because they want to make sure they meet all the criteria for the Yorkshire breed. Each breed has its own characteristics, for those of you who don't know. So for the breed characteristics for the Yorkshire breed, must be completely white in color, possessing York breed characteristic. They must have erect ears. Ear deformation is okay. That's like a cauliflower ear, as long as it's an erect one, or a folded ear a little bit at the tip, or crinkled ear, which is cauliflower ear as we called it. So the disqualifications for it are any hair color that is not white, broken down ears, so they're not erect, they're folded over like the Chester and the Chester breed that you saw earlier today. That's a folded over ear. That will get you disqualified, and you'll get kicked in the light crosses. So you can have some pigmentation like blue on your, you talk about it's all white, but if it's got a little blue pigmentation in the skin, which is like a blue spot, like a white crossbred, a blue butt. If it has anything that excess is a U.S. minted silver dollar, they will get kicked into the light cross class. And any series of dots that indicate masking. Total of 12 pigs pinned back in this class. We're going to pull them out one at a time, and he's going to pin back his top end of the class. Stay tuned in class number 2 of our Yorkshire breed here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show 2026.
As they're doing their second sort on this Class 81 of our Yorkshire Yorkshires here. There was certified Texas bred class champion went to our 5th place. Lexi Scheit out of Bernie FFA. Nash Waltman out of Bernie was the Texas bred breeder of this barrow. Congratulations to Lexi and to Nash both for having this Texas bred class champion. Looked like we had 14 that they pinned for the first sort, and they've got the top 4 or 5 out so far, and they've pinned 1 back. So they're conferring here, as they've kind of done throughout the first wave. They're continuing in the second wave. They let a few out, and if they hit some really hard, they'll put them back, and they've put back the young lady in the blue sweater. So now we have 2 back at this time. But what's great is they're giving each and every one of these a fair opportunity to show their animal and make sure they check all their boxes. They pinned a young lady in the black vest there. So she's now the 3rd one pinned back. Young lady in the cheetah vest just got pinned back. That's now we have 4. Again, in our Yorkshire breed, there will be, just like the Chesters, there will be 5 that will make the auction here in San Antonio.
We've got 5 pinned back now. One of the young ladies in the purple, she's getting pinned back.
I suspect they will probably at least keep 6 back, huh?
I would think so. They kept 14 initially here.
That's a good number. Now they got 6 back. The young lady in the green sweater now is the 6th one that they've pulled back.
And the young man that just came out, he'll be the 7th one pinned back here.
This Yorkshire show here, they're competing not only for the Champion Reserve honors, but the champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship.
Of the breed champion gets a $10,000 scholarship?
Absolutely, and it's funny, the first one ever awarded in the Barrows show in the Champion Yorkshire breed dates back to 2007.
So they get a $10,000 scholarship plus walking across the auction?
Absolutely.
Wow.
And then on these scholarships, they can earn up to $20,000 total in any competitive events. They don't have to exhibit or make.
So they could be showing a steer. They could get a scholarship in the steer show, the goat show,
junior skillathon, or any of these
the
other competitive events.
Wow.
So they don't max out till they hit 20 grand. And getting back to the first scholarship given in the Barrows show in Champion Yorkshires, dates back 2007, and the winner of that was Jordan Gregory back in 2007.
That was 19 years ago, by the way.
How does time fly so quickly?
Yep, I graduated high school in 09, and it was like, oh, that was yesterday. It's like, no, you're getting old, Landon.
More seasoned.
Your class reunion's coming up this year. What number are you at, Dad?
I'll take the 5th Amendment on that one.
Is that like 45 years?
45, yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Proud of it. Proud I'm still here.
We have 7 pinned back. If he really likes you, I think he's going to repin you again. I don't think he's going to pull all 7 and leave all 7 out here. I think if he really likes you, he will pin you back. Just like he did on that last class of Chesters. He pinned those 2 at the top end. and brought him back out later once he kind of started sifting through these. So they're going to place him from 7th place down to up to 1st place here in the second class of Yorkshire Barrows here.
As we talk about the scholarships, it's when are you able to who's eligible to use when they win these scholarships? How does that work? Well, they're able to activate it upon graduation of either a Texas public school, a private school, or home school.
First call, Class 82 Yorkshire Barrows. First call, Class 82 Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibitors bring your barrows to the home attendant.
So once they have accomplished that milestone and chapter in their life, then they can activate it, and they can use that money at any Texas college or university or accredited recognized agricultural or natural resources, vocational or technical training school in Texas. So it's a it's a wide variety of different educational programs that they allow to further educate your kids to use this scholarship on. So what a great foresight that San Antonio had in working through these scholarships to further educate our kids to be leaders of tomorrow.
Yeah, because back when I was in school, you could only use it for ag majors. For the scholarship program.
Well, and there were a few other programs as well, but there was some limitations.
Yeah, there was
then.
limitations, but San Antonio's acknowledged that this show ring is just a vessel for the kids to succeed in no matter what they do in life, and they've really opened it up. And like you said, Wayne, I really applaud them for kind of seeing and for the foresight there and saying, hey, this is important that we give these kids so much more opportunities to better their future no matter what they do within the state of Texas.
Well, absolutely. And, you think they started in 1984 with $90,000 that they gave in scholarships. Now, in 2025, 2026, they're going to award $1,865,000 total dollars in scholarships.
That's
in
awesome.
all different programs.
Wayne, I think we're going to place these. Usually he'd keep one or two back consistently in the previous wave and what he kind of started this morning, but we're going to place. We're going to keep them moving.
So we're just going to go from the top.
That tells me there's maybe
up.
not an obvious winner here, because usually if he has one or two that are real good, he knows that's going to be at the top.
I'm sorry, top 6 on up. It looks like we got 6 still out.
We have 6 out here. Yes. Once again, top 5 will make the sale. Young Lady in the purple is going to be 6th. So the other 5 that are left out here will make the sale here at San Antonio. Young Lady in the blue, the light blue, will be 5th place. Down to our top 4 in this second class of Yorkshires. And this class isn't going quite as fast as the first one did. So maybe there's more pieces in here, or the quality, the depth of quality is more.
The quality looks a little I don't know.
Deeper.
To me, it looks a little deeper in these final four here. You're trying to split some hairs here now. It's really a deep class, I think, in this class here.
There's one I really like coming at you, and I think it's going to be at the top. A young lady in the green will be 4th place.
Yeah, I see the one you see as well.
Young lady in the pink. They went with the one I thought was going to end up winning. So let's hear from Nick.
We've got quality all the way through here. It's fun. You get to study and pick where you want, and I think it's just the way they're built, coming and going in terms of squareness, and then having enough look. This one to us, he suits us the best. Right here coming at you, his blade knee to ground is the most impressive. He's the most impressive up in his shape, out of the backside of his blade. Gives you a good pattern, balanced look. He's every bit as soft as he needs to be in the angle to his pastern, but it's not hindering his movement out here. I'm one of those that'll take one a little bigger footed to get the stoutness that I like to see, as long as they're moving comfortable at the surface. The bear that comes in 2, we just thought this class winner was a notch more flexible in the way that he handles his rear 2 out here, and that's his hog's hole. If he could just push his hock back farther and just be a little looser in that hock joint, he really starts to push our class winner, because he does give you that pattern, that look, that freshness that you're looking for. He's plenty long hipped. He just wants to short step, bring it back quicker, not flex quite as athletically from that hock down. And when you get behind him, he's not as square from hip hock to ground, but man, he's fresh, he's long hipped, he's got a great look from the side. That one we thought was just a notch bolder coming at you than the bear that comes next. That's his issue. We got to have more chest here, and we can start talking about him in that 1 or 2 slot, because man, he is patterned up good. I wish they would have just clipped him a little bit. I think it would help him in his freshness, but that's a hog that's got shape. If he has enough chest for you, I could see you moving him up a spot or 2, because he is the balanced, good-looking one from the side. You get in behind him, he's not just the squarest thing, but mainly what gets him in this 3rd spot today is that chest has got to be better for us. This is a hog here that, probably doesn't have enough look. That's how he gets in this spot that he is. He just gets a little coarser, a little uglier about that front end, just the way that it's put together. But man, that is a fundamentally good hog. He's good-footed. He's sound out here. He's packing some power. We just got to get him a better presence from his shoulder forward, and we thought he just kind of fell out of bed in terms of that compared to those top 3. But I do like his ability to get out and move better than this bear that comes next. This hog's got some shape when you get up on top of him. He's got a big rump and ham laid into him there. He's got big legs, but he gets the most complicated in his movement out of his shoulder and out of his rear leg. The longer the drive goes, we just got to make him sounder, make him get out and use the ring a notch more athletically for me to move him up any higher. We just thought he felt like he had more shape. There's more muscle in this hog than in this hog for us, and I like this one better from the side. He's taller fronted. He's a little longer out of his hip. He takes a longer step. He's not as fresh out here probably just in terms of his shape when you get up on top of him, especially in that rear loin, but that's a hog there that we just didn't think had enough just actual sheer muscle to go ahead and beat that pig ahead of him. But I liked him just a notch better in terms of his bone and his feature than this bear that comes next. This is a good pattern hog. It's him coming right at us. He's got to be way more manly to get up any higher, but when you get off the side of him, he flexes and goes good. He just needs more bone, more chest to get up any higher for me. Another nice pig that comes next here, and a pig that is same kind of deal. He gets too straight in the shoulder for us, wants to come together in his knee there, but we just thought he had not enough bone, not enough foot with all that mass he had up high. It makes it harder to get that thing to balance, but I love his freshness of shape. I love his muscle that he brings to the table. Young man's done a great job getting him prepared today. This is one here, just gets a little coarser about his head, gets a little shuffly out of that shoulder and that front too. We just got to make him go better, got to make him sounder out of that front end. Then we end with one here that just needs more muscle, good pattern, sound pig that's functional, just got to have more muscle, more base width. Congratulations, really nice, high-quality class.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Atascosa County 4-H. Fifth place, Rayleigh Joe McCurdy, Aguila FFA. Fourth place, Aubrey Renee Bunker, Friona FFA. Third place, Leighton Grace Phillips, Wiley Abilene FFA. Second place, Jolie Ray Battle, Reynolds County 4-H. And first place, Kane Albrecht, Potter County 4-H. Kane is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from Class 82, Yorkshire Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is Stork Livestock of Hyco, and they can pick up their certified Texas bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
Well, there we have it for Class 81. We have 3 more classes to go. Their judges are fixing to start Class 82. The weight ranges is from 282 to 293, and there are 23 in this class. The certified Texas bred in this last class, that being Class 81, our second class of Yorkshires, went to our first place, which was Kane Albrecht out of Potter County 4-H. Stork Livestock out of Hyco, Texas, was the certified Texas bred breeder of that barrow. So congratulations to Kane and Stork Livestock out of Hyco for having an outstanding Yorkshire in Class 81.
Well, like Wayne said, we're moving on to our third class of Yorkshires here. We're halfway done with the Yorkshire breed. 23 total head, and weight ranges on these Barrows goes from 282 to 293. Four total pigs pinned back to this point. I'm sure there's a few below us getting classified. Like I mentioned earlier, there's breed characteristics that make up the Yorkshire breed. There's a panel of 3 judges below us here. As long as you get 2 to 3 chips or votes, you move on to the scale part of it, and you have to weigh within 10 pounds on the upper or lower end of what you turn your weight card in at. You meet both those criteria, you go to holding pen for a chance at a top 10 placing position. At the conclusion of our Yorkshire breed, we will then move on to our Landrace breed, which is going to be pretty quick. There's only 2 classes of Landrace. Once again, we have 2 more classes of this one, followed by the champion and reserve champion selection of our Yorkshire breed, 2 classes of Landrace, and 6 total classes of light crossbreds. And then we're done for the day. That's going to be a pretty quick day, so Wayne will get to ride the Ferris wheel like he's always wanted to do one of these days. No, I think they have an age limit. That's what I told him. I can say that because he's not here. Total of 5 pigs pinned back to this point. 6 now. Top 10 get a placing rosette. And top 5 in these Yorkshire classes make the sale here at San Antonio. Top 4 of each class winner, top 4 in each one of these classes here at San Antonio gets a walking lot, which means you walk across the stage during the auction, and 5th and 6th place in some cases, 6th place, they're guaranteed, I think, $1,500, and they are a non-walking lot, so you don't have to come to the sale or the auction for that part. It helps speed up the sale just a little bit so it doesn't get into the 2-3 a.m. time frame when they finish the swine sale auction. We've got 8 pinned back now. And still a few more to go to evaluate here on the screen. So like Mr. Hofschild you just did, if he points straight ahead, you go to the classification and scale, and you have a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to the right, they'll go to Mr. Chad Day, and Chad will either point straight ahead. If he points straight ahead, they will go to the big arena for a secondary evaluation for a chance to potentially get pinned. And if he points to the right and kind of visits with you, that means you and your animal will get separated, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck down the road. We have now concluded the first initial sift of class number 82. What we're going to end up doing now is pulling them out one at a time, evaluating them, and if he really likes you, he'll pin you back. Sometimes he will pin a double sort, sometimes they will pin a few back and then place, and sometimes they will just start placing. It just kind of depends on the depth of quality in the class and kind of what they're thinking. But it's one of those 3 options. Let's see what option 1, 2, or 3 holds for these 2 guys here in a minute. But they've been consistently doing that. You know, you talk about, well, they don't do every class the same. Well, not every class is the same. Depth of quality, depth of class, species also dictates that a little bit sometimes. So it just depends. We're pulling them out. Young man coming out right now is doing a phenomenal job showing his animal. Tell he works with that animal a lot. Another young man coming out again. He's doing a phenomenal job as well. He's going to go ahead and pin that young man back too. That was pretty quick. Looks like we've got 3 pin back now in a very competitive Yorkshire class here. Shows you the depth of quality in this class. They pulled 16 hogs. That is well over half the class here. That is for sure 2/3 of the class. So it's going to be exciting to see if it's anything like the last class. Like Mr. Hofschulte said on the mic from that previous class, those top 5 or 6 Barrows were real good. And it's exciting as a judge when you have more than just a couple really good ones out there. When you have 5 or 6 that are all very good, it really makes you dig deep and have fun out there. And you can really talk about them like, hey, these 5 or 6 are really, really, really good. Stay tuned and we'll be right back. What a really deep top 5 or 6 we have here left. I see 6. So one of these guys will not make one of these individuals will not make the sale. But what a deep class, 3rd class of Yorkshire Barrows we have here today. Really good set here. The heat has really been turned up a lot in this class. And we're going to evaluate these from 6th until we have a class winner in this class. Yeah. He's going to pin back 2 of them.
You just now joined us. We're on the second sort of our Class 82. Our judges started with 23, and we're down to our final numbers here to line up our top 10. Our judges have put back 2 so far. Like we've got 3 back now. Well, no, they've gone ahead and placed them. So looks like in this class they feel really confident, which is kind of unusual in the case. But they're down to their top 2 that they're going to place, and they started from 3rd on all the way to our 10th place. It looks like they've got our 6th place as well, so we're in our final 4 now. I had stepped away, so I kind of missed a little bit of this. So it looks like we're down to our top 3 here in Class 82. A young man in long sleeve white shirt was our 4th place, so that just leaves our final 3 here for Class 82. I think they've got these 3 matched up really well, really wide coming at you and going away from you. They're going to confer on this a little bit. I think Chad's going to do a final look here, and then they'll get back together and see how they're going to sort this final 3 here. One in the red sweater there is super wide coming at you and going away from you. Hair and skin is just really immaculate. A lot to take away from the other 2. It just stands out a little bit from ringside here at the top. Like the one in the purple shirt is super wide too, also walking away from you. Looks like he was 3rd. Young man in the blue is 2nd, and the young lady that I spoke about is going to be our class champion in this class, Class 82. Congratulations to all these exhibitors for a fine set of Yorkshires.
Class, especially in this top pair and even down through 5, we've got a lot of quality in here. And this Barrett here, he just commands your attention when he comes directly at you. Really is packing a punch when he comes at you in terms of his chest and his blade, and he stays square and true to the ground. He's just a more impressive Barrett when you get right over him out of the backside of his blade there in terms of his roll and his shape. He stays good and square and correct as he leaves you there. He's not probably as long rumped as our 2nd in this particular class, but you talk about balance and just freshness and openness and having that extra edge in terms of shape. He needs to go ahead and win. This one right here, what makes it tough, this one right here does give you a notch much better look in terms of his hip length from the profile. He balances up so good in terms of his side view silhouette, but a pig there that just doesn't have near as much as our class winner, especially when you get on top of him and just study his cage, study his shape. He's not as impressive. He's not as manly as he comes right directly at us. It's a hog here, too, that gets in the mix. He's super high quality. I didn't find him quite as balanced from the profile. He wants to raise in his rear loin there from the side. He wants to get a little lower set in relation to the length of his body. But, man, he's got bone. He's got muscle. He's a little flatter ribbed in those top pair, but a hog there that really gets in the mix just in terms of his quality, his condition, and his bone. Here's one here that just gets a little plainer in his look, but he's so fundamental. I think you got to get him up in there when you talk about feet and legs. A hog that flexes and goes out of his rear too. He's still got good rib shape and good forerib shape. I like the added heart that he brings to the table in terms of that girth to his forerib, but a pig that just kind of runs out of bone, runs out of look when we get him up in there compared to them other ones. Here's another one that comes next. It's got a ton of shape when you get up on top of him. We thought he got the most complicated in his movement, especially out of those front two. The way that shoulder angle's laid, you study him coming at you. He wants to come together at the ground at his feet, but we love his shape. We love his freshness and muscle that he brings to the table, just like to make him sounder. Another pig here that just gets a little plainer about his look, but keeping feet and legs in priority. We thought he needed to get up in this particular class, one that just gets too plain in his shape, gets too flat in his rib there, but a hog we just mainly like to see more muscle in to get him up any higher. Another pig that comes next, it's real stout, real heavy bone. He never could really get comfortable. He wants to stick his tail straight out here, but he is just too short in his rump, too short in his step. We got to lengthen him out back to make him more comfortable in those rear two and allow him to go better out here, but the young man's done a great job getting him prepared for the show. Another pig that's got some quality to him, it's his front end that gets him in this particular spot. He's just too rigid in the way that he hits the surface. We've got to square him up as he comes right at us, but I love his freshness. I love his body, his roll to his rib cage that he offers. Just got to make him sounder as well. This is a pig that just needs more muscle, needs more shape. Love his silhouette. Then the one we end with here, just got to make him a notch sounder off them rear two, especially when you get in behind him. Nice class, excellent top pair. Congratulations to all of you.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Ryder Easton Fikes, Coleman County, 4-H. Sixth place, Liam Wade Hillard, St. Joe, FFA. Fifth place, Kale Tabor, New Home, FFA. Fourth place, Slade Aaron Kirby, Center, FFA. Third place, Brock Everett Basir, Lubbock County, 4-H. Second place, Braden Matthew Forts, Marion, FFA. And first place, Addison Stevens, Burnett, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 82, Yorkshire Barrows, exhibited by Braden Forts, Marion, FFA. Breeder that Barrows, F2 Genetics of Castroville.
So there we have it, of Class 82 that our judges just completed. Our class champion in that class went to our second place, which was exhibited by Braden Forbes out of Marion FFA. The breeder of his bear was F2 Genetics out of Castroville. Congratulations to Braden and F2 Genetics for raising an outstanding and showing an outstanding barrel and receiving that Texas bred class champion honors. Our judges are now into our next class, which is our fourth class. We only have one additional class after this one. They're all starting at class 83, which has 19 head in it, and the weight ranges are from 294 to 300 pounds. In fact, this class and our final class, the weights are exactly the same. And both
same
have
number
19
head,
head
yeah,
as well.
yeah. Well, like Nick had mentioned on the mic a while ago, that other class, those top 2 to 4 barrows, especially those top 2, were very deep. And it sounded like he was real nitpicky on that second place, but that second place was just so good, or that first place was just so good. I have a
Very
feeling,
balanced barrel.
Yes, that one in first, I think it'll, depending on what these two classes look like, I think it's going to be rising toward the top potentially.
Yeah,
of that class.
It's going to be interesting when they put all 5 of these class winners out there to see how they all line up. But yes, I think the last 2 classes we've seen are pretty deep on that top end.
Absolutely.
From what we can see so far in this class 83 is they've got 3 penned that we can see and 2 out in the big arena. Historically, they have penned anywhere from around the 14 range, sometimes a couple more, sometimes maybe just 1 or so less. But they've really done an outstanding job of ensuring, when you only have 10 rosette placings and only 5 cell slots there, you make sure that each and every one of these kids get a fair evaluation so they can check each and every one of the boxes and the types and pattern that they have established from the get-go, starting the first wave that they started on last Saturday morning at 7 a.m. We now have 5 that I can see here penned. Still 2 out in the big arena.
There's a couple I can see in the ring, in these holding pens right now that look really, really salty. Be interesting to see how they look coming out. And even the 2 in the ring right now, there's one maybe a little bit more tubular looking, but still, has structurally is made right. I don't know if maybe they were fighting weight.
Yeah, it looks like if anything, you could have maybe a little bit more fill to it. But it looks
And one
like
maybe,
it looks like they picked it, so that's
well,
good.
that tells me they may not quite have enough either, too, that they pulled back in this class. So,
they pulled them both, yeah.
Yeah, they pulled them both. So, not to take away, they're like, hey, let's just compare these other 2 with these that we've already picked. But at the same token, I only see 6 pigs. There's probably a few below us getting weighed and classified like we talked about throughout the day. We'll have to see. Here we go. We have our class underway here. I think there's 10 of them that were pinned back. There might be 12. There might still be 2 underneath me, but I know for a fact I see 10. Top 10 will get a placing rosette, and top 5 in each one of these classes will make the sale here at San Antonio in the Yorkshire breed. They're going to go and pin this young man back here. That was very quick. They really like that hog a lot, and he does a very good hog. One of the ones I saw in the holding arena a while ago, and I was like, man, that's a pretty good-looking hog. We'll see how it does, and they apparently like it too, so they're going to go and pin another one. It was cool. That young lady, she got pinned, but yet she still kept her eyes on the judge as she was getting pinned. Instead of just keeping her eyes on where she had to go to, she did both and still showed like she was out there showing. So kudos to her for fooling me, number one. But number two, the fact that she did the showmanship, I got to give her some props there. That's high-quality showmanship skills right there. Young lady in the black shirt was pinned as well. She just got pinned. That'll be the third one pinned back. And I believe we had 11 that they kept for a top 10 placing position. Once again, we have one more class after this one. They've got them all out there now to evaluate. We're going to see if they pull any more or pin any more back. They have 3 pinned back. Those barrows will probably be in the top part of the class. Not probably, they will be in the top part of the class. Looks like he's going for the button, so he's going to place 4th through 10th here. And I believe in that order. I could be wrong. He may do the old switcheroo and do 10th. I don't know. They're talking about it right now. For those of you who are not here, we had a little fan issue. One of the fans, the motor's kind of shot in it, and it started spinning out of control. Not out of control, sorry. I don't mean to scare anybody. It wasn't out of control, but spinning very fast and making a lot of noises. So they shut it off real quickly, but it was kind of funny. No different than your washer or dryer. When it goes out, you just got to replace the motor. And you just don't know when that's going to happen. But fans are working good. Show is going smooth. Guys are having fun. Kids are getting to showcase their projects. What a better I can think of no better place to be right now than the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrows Show. Down to our top three, we placed 4th through 10th in that order. Now we're going to place from 3rd up till we have a class winner. So these top three here, they're pretty good. They're going to look through them right here, but I see two of them that really, in my opinion, elevate to the top here. There's one that looks real good, especially on the front end. I'm going to the black will be 3rd, and the top two that I thought need to be there are in there, and that's what I thought. Yeah, I'm going the pink is 2nd, and the young man is 1st. Let's hear from Mr. Hofschulte.
And it fell together pretty logically out here. Young man needs to win. He's got the one that's the boldest, the heaviest muscled, and probably the soundest out of his rear two out here. A nice logical place to start. Young lady, it ends up in 2nd. One there that's not as long in his hip. He's not as athletic from his hawk down. He's real tall fronted. He gives you a good look from the side, but we just got to make him go better off both ends of his skeleton to be able to beat our class winner. Just thought he had more chest width, more muscle in this barrow that comes out in 3. The barrow that comes out in 3. That chest and knees what gets him putting that 3rd hole for me today. He's not as cool looking out of his shoulder forward. He's just not as manly as that barrow that's at 2nd, but one you do appreciate for his ability to get out and drive off his hind leg, and he's fresh and well presented. Thought he was just a notch sounder, a notch more compositionally correct than this barrow that comes out next. This one here just pushing a little too much fat for us today, especially through that lower 3rd. He does have shape. He's got presentation. He just wants to get too tight off both ends. Got too much working down low. Just need to make him proportion a notch better and balance up a notch better in terms of his composition. Nice pig coming next here that just kind of gets into this sail hole spot by being big-legged and sound and having some show pig look to him. He does have good shape in his back. He's not as just correct when you study him from the side in terms of his lines, but that's a nice hog there that's got some bone. Just need to square him up as he comes right at me when he hits the ground. This pig here, we just got to pry him apart. He gets too closed up front, too straight in that shoulder. Young lady's done an excellent job getting him presented and getting him to this point, too. Then we just get into some feet and leg issues, some quality and freshness issues down through here. A hog that we end with there has got kind of an agey-looking head on him. That's where he gets where he is. But let's congratulate these kids, 3 of them there at the top that were really high quality.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And we have our placings for Class 83 Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Alice Marie Eidelman, Hallsville, FFA. 9th place, Isabella Faith Caesar, Bernie Champion, FFA. 8th place, Harper Kate Gee, Sweetwater, FFA. 7th place, Kendall Miller, Davenport, FFA. 6th place, Abigail Smelly, Canyon Lake, FFA. 5th place, Macy Lynn Taylor, Cold Spring, FFA. 4th place, Charles Cutter Davis, Joshua, FFA. 3rd place, Riley Brooke Wilcoxon, Edgewood, FFA. 2nd place, Landry Coatsart, Klondike, FFA. And 1st place, Zachary Nolan Mueller, Splendora, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 83 is Zachary Mueller, Splendora, FFA. Breeder that Barrow is McKinley Show Pigs of Conroe.
Congratulations to Matt McKinley on having that Texas bred. Got to give a shout out to my boy. Good family. Moving on now to our last and final class of our Yorkshire breed. 19 total head in this class, just like the last class, and weight ranges are the exact same as the previous class, 294 to 300. At the conclusion of evaluating this class, we're going to bring all of our firsts and seconds back out from our 5 classes of Yorkshires and crown you a champion and reserve champion Yorkshire Barra. Then we'll move on to our 2 classes of our Landrace breed and conclude the day with the light crossbred breed, which is a total of 6 classes for that breed. And I'm sure we'll take a lunch break somewhere in between, and we'll let you know. And Mr. Paul will let us know. He's our swine superintendent here at San Antonio. He'll let us know when we're going to do lunch.
So while our judges are assorting our final class, that being Class 84, I have the results of our Class 83 Certified Texas Bred Class Champion. It was also our first place and class champion in class was also our Texas bred class champion. It belonging to Zach Mueller out of Splendora FFA. McKinley Show Pigs out of Conroe was a breeder. I know the McKinleys, and Matt does an outstanding job with that operation. I don't know if John's involved, but I know Matt definitely is working hard at that program there. And so congratulations to the McKinley Show Pigs and Zach Mueller.
We've got 4 pinned back so far. I heard some hooping and hollering, so I would think there's at least 1 or 2, maybe more, that have been pinned back to this point. Down to our final 1 coming out here from our first initial sort of this class. 10 will make up an entire class for placing rosettes. Top 5 will make the sale here in the Yorkshire breed.
So I had to step away, Landon, a little bit for the top 4 in Class 83. How did that look to you?
Top 3 looked real good, and he said it on the mic too, Wayne. He said there was a lot of pieces from 4 down, but he said those top 3 were phenomenal barrows, and I have to agree with him. And sometimes you have that. Maybe they're going through a growth stage, or you're fighting weight, trying to make it within that class parameters. Each class is different. You just never know. You might have all the heavy hitters in one class. You might have them dispersed between 5 classes. But those top 3 were real, real good. And there's one young lady out here in the big arena. She's going to go get weighed as well.
Nice barrow as well. Yeah, I think we're going to have a really stout Yorkshire drive there on this top end of these first and second place out of each of these classes here. Like you mentioned, the top two in each of these classes have had some depth to them of the quality of having that combination factor and balance.
Got 6 of them pin win. I believe there's probably 3 or 4. I would hope 4 that will complete that will make up a full class here in this final class of Yorkshire Barrows here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show.
Yeah, I'm looking down below here. This will be an interesting class as well. I know one right over the top of me here is really big hip, big top barrow here.
Are you looking at the Chester boar in the picture there that just – oh, no.
Oh, no, I'm looking down, I think. This one has a wrecked ear, so I think he made it through classification. So if you, speaking of classification, if you got classed out and had either white, solid white, and you got classed out for other reasons, or if you had blue pigmentation, then you got classed into the light crosses, which is our next class. So basically, or next breed that is. So basically, you've gone in, and if you're lucky enough to get in that next breed class, you're going to be showing yet in the next breed. So
so our numbers, if say they did class them out, our numbers in our classes may not be right then on our sheet.
Well, but the total head that showed up, those numbers total will be right. Now the ones in each
for
class
per class,
would be a
yeah,
little
that's
off.
what
Yes.
I was alluding to.
Absolutely.
I think we have 11 pin back, 10 or 11. No, I think we have 12 actually. They just have to go through all the classifying and weighing, so that does take a little bit of time. So we may see 6 or 7 in the pins, but there might be 5 or 6 below us getting classified. They probably got a little bottleneck there for a minute, but got to give a shout out to all of our volunteers here that make up the San Antonio Stock Show that keep it running smoothly and good, and the flow's good, and they're so good with the kids. So looks like we're fixing to get underway here in a minute in our final class of Yorkshires. We're going to pull them out one at a time. If he really likes you, he'll re-rack you, and then we'll go from there. Going to go and start pulling them out one at a time here. Hadn't pinned any back yet. There's one. You know, I said they had 10 or 12, Wayne. They had way more than 10 or 12. That just shows you how bottlenecked it was down there. 2, 4, 6.
As you said,
We
it
have
takes
15.
a while to get through that classification.
We have 15. So,
and
Dad,
weigh-in.
that is 3/4 of the class. So, out of the 19 pigs that are here, 15 got pinned back. They pinned 3 to this point. And depending on the depth and how many they pin back, you know, one class they only pinned 3 the entire time. Then they placed 4th through 10th in that last class. So I couldn't tell you what they're going to do, to be perfectly honest. Each class has been just a touch different in how they do it. At least on the placing side, which I get that. That's depth of quality and everything else. Young lady in the kind of peaches looking shirt, she'll be pinned back as well. That'll be the 4th one pinned back in this class. Still have 7 more to pull out. They're going to pin another one back here. One of the young ladies. Yeah, young lady in the light gray, she'll be pinned back. Young lady in the blue was pinned back very quickly here. She's one of the few that has been come out of the holding pen, Wayne, and come out taking about 5 steps and then got pinned right away. There was one young man who had the same kind of reaction from the judges. Looks like we have 2 more that have to come out, and then we'll start. What they're probably going to do here. And I'm just speculating, yeah. Once they get done the initial pinning process, which they have 6 pinned, 1 more to bring out from the initial sort. They'll probably confer with each other to see if there's anything else they want to pin back. And if not, they'll start placing 7th through 10th based on the ones they pinned back. A pretty good hog. Yep. They're going to pin her back. That'll be the 7th one pinned back. So now they're going to place 8th through 10th. I can kind of watching what they've been doing today. That's what they're going to do. Young ladies, I think it's a little tender-footed maybe. We'll see here shortly. Stay tuned. We're going to place 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then excuse these other individuals out of the ring, and then get our top 7 back out again and place from 7th until we have a class winner. Well, that'll do it from 8th through 10th place, and we're going to excuse these other individuals out of the ring. Good job to them and their hard work. And we're going to bring these top 7 back out in our final class of Yorks and pull them out one at a time. And I've seen them do it 2 ways here, Wayne. They've either pulled them all out and pinned one or two to the top end and kind of let them rest for a minute while they started placing the other ones, or they're going to leave all 7 out and place 7th to 1st. They've done it those two ways. I think they might start just placing them, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think they're conferring a little bit on this. Hopefully, with that many out here, that's really going to wear the top end out. But hopefully,
I think so, depending on how quickly they get through them. But
yeah.
They're kind of looking at him. He's got the buttons in his hand, so. At some point after looking at all 7, they're going to look at their top end and bottom end, and then they're going to focus on those 3 at the bottom. So young lady in the peach is going to be 7th place. So they're going to focus on those bottom end right now of this class. And I say bottom end, they're in the top 7. There's nothing to be ashamed of there by any means. But they're going to break them up between these are the ones we really like, these are the ones that aren't quite as good. Let's focus on the ones that aren't quite as good as the top end and place those accordingly, and then reevaluate the top 3 or 4 that are left. Young lady in the black shirt is going to be 6th. So now we're down to our top 5, which will make the auction here at San Antonio. Young man in the bluish shirt, he will be 5th. Young lady in the gray is 4th. They're converting on these top 3 right here. Young man's probably doesn't have quite as much width up front as these other 2 do, but All three very, very uniform figs here.
Yeah, they've got some great
Young lady in the
four
blue's going to
rib.
be third.
They're getting some age on them, and they're getting a little staler, but we got them still fresh here. I think just the highest quality one is young man's here, and that's all there is to it. He is the best balanced one in terms of his look. He's got the ability to get out here and go. He's got some length of hip. He's pushing in terms of dryness in his rib, but I just think you got to keep quality up in there, and he's just the best one, and that's why we went ahead and used him. Young lady here in second is got one that does have more rib dimension. He does have more shape and is fresher up high. You get off the side of him from his shoulder forward, he's got to be higher quality for us, and he gets plenty short in his step as the drive goes on, but it is his body freshness and just his chest and his ability to have freshness up high, and we thought he was squarer when he left us right directly than this bear that comes in three. The bear that comes in three definitely has a neater look up through his neck and his head. He doesn't flex and go quite as well, especially in that hock joint. You get in there behind him, you'd like to square him up. We thought he gave up quite a bit in terms of his rib design, in terms of just that roll to his rib, but mainly it's his feet and legs that get him sorted into three. But he's just a little fresher in terms of his presentation. He's just a little heavier structured, heavier duty type of hog than this bear that comes out next. This bear here is probably the best in terms of his body, the best in terms of his tone up high. Thought he just got too frail at the ground, too frail in his face, and just kind of round in his makeup when you compared him to those top three. But do absolutely appreciate his tone of muscle and his body. The hog coming next is one that's a really good silhouette hog. He gets out here, he's no holes. He's getting just a little staler up there through his front end, just too stale through his body and his rib today for us to move him up any higher. The hog coming next is one that just needs to be sounder. It's his shoulder pitch, his front end configuration that gets him into that slot today for us. Wants to get every bit as straight as he needs to up there through that shoulder and knee. We do like his ability to go from behind and his muscle that he brings from behind. We just thought this view coming at us was too closed up and too straight. Another pig here that if you want to move him up any higher, I understand you probably do if he's yours. But for us, he's just too frail. He's too timid in the way that he moves out of his shoulder. But love his design. We just didn't find him sound enough to move him up any higher. Hog coming next is one that we moved up a little bit as we went through the sift, and he gives you a good pattern from the side. He's got some roundness of rib to him. He's got a good balanced look. You get him behind him, we got to square him up and just give him more bone to move him up any higher. Nice pig here as well that's fresh backed. Same goes for him. You know, his silhouette, his shoulders too straight. You get him behind this hog, and he just like to make him a notch stouter there in his hock. He wants to hock in and just funnel down through that lower stifle. Another nice pig that's got some quality to him. We just thought he was quite a bit frailer in his feature than those ones ahead of him to put him up any higher. Nice weight in our Yorkshires. Let's give him some noise before we pick your champion.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
And we have our placings for Class 84 Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Ethan Patrick Ree, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. 9th place, Caitlin Faith Schilling, Farwell, FFA. 8th place, Rachel Denise Gavlik, Edwards County 4-H. 7th place, Riley Smith, Midland County 4-H. 6th place, Josephine Annette Kelly, Bells FFA. 5th place, Graham Eugene Hendon, Terry County 4-H. 4th place, Callie Ann Scoggins, Lorena FFA. 3rd place, Rayleigh Faye Walker, Knox County 4-H. 2nd place, Autumn Mackenzie Birkin. And I apologize, Autumn, your last name is cut off there, but from Nazareth FFA. And 1st place, Tristan Noble Jordan of Lubbock County 4-H. And our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 84, Yorkshire Barrows, exhibited by Graham Hendon, Terry County 4-H. Breeder that barrow is Brockman Farms of Montgomery. Again, folks, for your planning purposes, we will proceed to judge the landrace breed, select our breed champions for the landrace breed, and then we will take a lunch break.
Okay, we've completed Class 84, which was our final Yorkshire class. We're about to let out the first places out of each of the each of the 5 classes to select a champion, and then follow it by the second place in that class to get a chance to compete for the reserve along with the other class winners remaining out there. Our class champion in Class 84 was the 5th place, Graham Hinton out of Terry County 4-H. The breeder of that Texas bred class champion was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery, Texas. Josh and Carrie do a really good job out there in Montgomery, and congratulations to them being the breeder and to Graham for being the Texas bred class
Folks, as a
champion
reminder,
as
the
well.
Junior Market Barrow Auction will be held this Friday, February 27th at 1 o'clock p.m. at the Keith Martin Auction Barn.
So So upon completion of the Yorkshires, we're going to do the landrace breed, which is only 2 classes, named the champion reserve, and then we will have a lunch break, and then after lunch we will then start.
All right,
the
folks,
light
what do you say? Are y'all ready to
show.
pick a champion Yorkshire Barrow? Let's do it. Your Class 80 champion, Coley Jane Fernandez, Winkler, Loving County 4-H. Your Class 81 champion, Kane Albrecht, Potter County 4-H. Your Class 82 champion, Addison Stevens, Burnett, FFA. The Class 83 champion is Zachary Nolan Miller, Splendora, FFA. And your Class 84 champion, Tristan Noble Jordan, Lubbock County 4-H.
Out here, and we drive them back and forth and watch them move from side to side. And there's one of them we think that just brings a little more freshness to the table. He's got a little more boxy body than we like to see. Comes and goes good and square. Super, super freshly presented. Young lady in that red sweater is going to have her champion.
Congratulations to Addison Stevens of Burnett FFA, exhibitor of our champion Yorkshire Barrow. Now coming into contention, Braden Matthew Forts, Marion FFA.
We bring the second out of that class, and that was a tough pair. He definitely gets right in here in the mix, and we really do like his look that he brings to the table. The other one that comes close to him for us is this one in front of me. He's got a little more shape. He's got a little more muscle. Does he really fit with our champion in terms of his look, ahead of his blade, in terms of the strength of his feet and just his soundness out here? We think there's another one that's a notch sounder, a notch more high quality from the profile. He fits our champion a notch better, just a notch fresher than another one out here. We're going to keep them together. Congratulations, you're going to be reserved.
And congratulations to Braden Matthew Forts of Marion FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
First call, Class 87 Landrace Barrows. First call, Class 87 Landrace Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens at this time. Be sure to have your pink show card with you as you enter the black gates.
Well, that concludes our Yorkshire breed. We're moving into our 2 classes of landrace. We're going to do about a 30 to 40-minute break for lunch after the landrace breed.
As the judges get ready, we just, if you've just now joined us, we have finished the Yorkshire Breed Show, naming the champion and reserve champion. We were ready to begin here when the judges get back in the arena, the start of our landrace breed. There are 2 classes of landrace. This year we had 43 show up total for that breed. Last year 47, so we weren't very far off from last year to this year. They will be placing, as far as they'll be placing higher than 3 placings. I think they'll go all the way to 10 placings with the rosettes on that, but only 3 in this in each of these 2 classes will gain a sales lot here at San Antonio. So in this breed, we've got a total of 6 that will make the auction. And then upon completion of these 2 classes and naming the champion reserve landrace, we will take a lunch break and start after lunch with the light crossbreds. In our light crossbred class, we will have 6 classes of light crossbreds, and there will be 4 placings that will make the sale slots here at San Antonio. So they'll have 24 total placings that will make the sale when we get to the light crossbred show. And then we will round out this first day of our second wave, and that'll be the end of today's show. And then we'll start tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. with our other crossbreds, which our judges will go through 300 head tomorrow morning and 8 classes. And upon completion of that, we will be notified with what time our Ring of Champions and award presentations will occur for our Grand Champion Drive.
Folks, if your club, chapter, or show pig operation is looking for a good set of hog sales, go by the WW Livestock Systems booth. Ask for Bo Sanders. Bo's a longtime friend of ours here on the Swine Committee, and he's going to cut you a great deal on these scales around the barn. So if you're looking for a good set of hog sales, just head straight out here behind me on Freeman Avenue. Look for the WW Livestock Systems booth and ask for Bo Sanders. He'll get you a good deal. We're missing one exhibitor for Class 87, Cassidy Glass, Joshua FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand and let us know, please? Cassidy Glass, Joshua FFA. Otherwise, we need your barrow to the ring.
You just now joined us. We started our landrace breed. We have two classes of landrace. We're on the first class, which is Class 87. Weight ranges is from 250 to 274, and we have 22 head in this class. So far, what we can see at pen side here, we have 6 of them pen, not knowing what we have underneath this, where they go through classification and scale weighing. But we do have 6 pen that I can see. Now we have 7.
Once again, we're going to have about a 30 to 40-minute lunch break at the conclusion of our landrace breed. We have this class and one more, so it should go pretty quickly. I'm sure the depth of quality in these landraces is going to be really good. I was down there kind of looking at them, and I was like, man, these are really good landrace. It'll be fun to watch these get out here and strut around in the big arena here. They're going to go and excuse these individuals out of the ring here. I would think they have between 11 and 12 kiddos.
Folks, let's give these young ladies a good round of applause for their efforts with their projects today.
I believe there's about 11 or 12.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready as you exit the ring.
He's got 5 pinned back. Now we're going to start placing 6th through 10th here. And just so y'all know, in the landrace breed, there's only 2 classes. So the way this one's going to work, only top 3 make the sale in each one of these 2 landrace classes. So we're looking for our 7th place right now, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then we'll excuse the other individuals out of the ring and bring these top 5 back out again. Young lady in the pink did a good job showing. She was 7th place. Young lady in the kind of khaki looking shirt, she was 8th place. Looking for our 9th place right now. Young lady in the red will be 9th place. Young lady in the pink and black was your 10th place. Now we're going to bring these top 5 individuals back out again.
Folks, let's give those exhibitors
there.
remaining in the ring a good round of applause for their efforts today in this first class of Landrace Barrows. Exhibitors, please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members when you exit. First call, Class 88, Landrace Barrows. First call, Class 88, Landrace Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pins. Be sure to have your pink show card with you as you enter the ring.
Good way to start here and get on the mic here today, and glad to be back here, get through wave 2, and I think as you start with our lightweight land races here, if you're gathered around ringside, the quality in this class is very good, and we've got some differences, and it felt like these two here sorted themselves up to the top pretty handily in our opinion. I think when you step back off of this pair, this is a pair of the soundest structured, most correct built ones, particularly from the ground up, and then as you start to dig in a little deeper, you start to separate things in terms of bone and feature and just stoutness out here, and which one exemplifies a little more of an extremity in an area or two. And we landed on the young man. That one there's foot bone and features just a notch better. Still very good in his angles and his comfort level out here. Like the build, like the design, like a lot of things that one puts together. Really like the one in second, and maybe a little more of a traditional land race look, if you will, there when you step off to the side of him. And I don't think that works in his disadvantage at all. I think he just runs into a little bit of an issue in terms of where he hits going away from you. And then he's just not as burly in his overall build comparatively to one that wins the class. But you talk about one that's still fresh, still got a good look. Young lady does an awesome job of presenting that one. She's probably been one of the top-end showmen that's come through, in my opinion, in terms of slow and steady and keeping that thing going. She's done an excellent job there driving that bear. One that comes out here in third, again, in terms of maybe having to shot more at the ground, the feature, he might have that advantage. But after that, when you step off to the side of him, he simply gets to be more off balance for me in terms of the way his hip and hind leg ties in. He does a little more east and west when you step right in there behind him and the way his hawk works. But at the same point in time, it's still that bear's balance and his build from the side that keeps him over the one that comes out here in fourth. One that comes out in fourth probably got a little more size, a little more extension to him. I didn't feel like that one maybe tied everything together. He started to get a little off there in his ham loin and out of his hip there in terms of levelness. He's a little more rigid in the way he moves off that hind leg, as he's just not quite as long in his hip design there from the side. But from there forward, again, one has certainly got to be appreciated, and certainly a high-quality individual that has to be up here in the top 4, in our opinion. One that comes out next, the one in 4 there just simply has more in terms of body and flesh when you get right up on him. I didn't think the one here that comes out in 5th, just red with a natural body shape. He's a little bit drier in his center body, a little flatter there in his shoulder and the way it lays back over his forerib there. But then you step off after that, he's still one when you read him from the point of his shoulder back to his hip. He's level from the side. He takes a good step there when you watch him off of the profile. Just need to stouten that one up and make him a notch bolder. The one that comes out next has that advantage in terms of just width and stoutness and expression there in that forearm. Gets to be a little lower set in terms of just his overall frame. I read that one a little quicker in his maturity when you got right up on top of him in terms of just his condition to muscle ratio there when you read that one out of the backside of his blade and down his loin edge. One that comes out next, again, if this one here could go just a little bit better there and balanced up a notch better from the side, there's some things about this one that read of quality for sure. At the same point in time, when you just get off to the side of this one, he throws himself out of balance the most of that top group there ahead of him. Simply a little steeper out of his hip, wants to run downhill there. Just got to size him up and balance him up better from the side. Good job. Next one come out, build, design, flexibility is very good. Just simply runs out of feature and stoutness when you study that one at the ground. We start running down through the line here, and we run into the same scenario with the next two that come out. We just simply got to make them better in terms of hip and hind leg structure to get them up any higher as we compare them onto those ones on up the line. Good way to start our land races. Give them a nice big round of applause if you would.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Tidwell, Dumas, FFA. 5th place, Brody Stanton, Shallow Water, FFA. 4th place, Jake Paul Fisher, Cook County, 4-H. 3rd place, Wyatt Forrest Newman, Friendswood, FFA. Second place, Wyatt Creech, Martin County, 4-H. And first place goes to Hunter Harris, Canyon, New Braunfels, FFA. Hunter is also our certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 87, Landrace, Barrows. Breeder of that barrow is MT Hart Livestock of Marion, Texas.
Well, that concludes our first class of Landrace. We're halfway done with the breed. Last class has 21 total head in it, and weight ranges on those barrows goes from 275 to 300. At the conclusion of this class, we will judge for the overall selection of our Landrace breed, followed by a roughly 45-minute lunch break. Stay tuned.
As our judges are starting our second and final class of our Landrace, Class 88, I have the Texas Bred Class Champion of Class 87, which was our first class of Landrace. The Landraces were really deep on that top end. I was very impressed with what we saw in total makeup, and the actual first place was also the Texas Bred Class Champion belonging to Hunter Harris out of Canyon, New Braunfels, FFA. The breeder of his barrow was MT Hart Livestock out of Marion, Texas. Congratulations to the breeder MT Hart Livestock and Hunter Harris for the Texas Bred Class Champion.
We're pulling them out one at a time right now. We're down to our top 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. Lucky number 13. Start with 21 and down to 13. Pull them out one at a time. And if they really like you, they're going to pin you back. You'll be at the top part of this final class of landrace. They're going to go and pin another one back. That'll be 5 pin back. Once again, top 3 in the landrace breed of each one of these 2 classes makes the sale here at San Antonio. We've got 5 pin back, and Mr. Day is going to start placing here. Young man with the glasses and the blue shirt, he will be 6th place. Young man in the blue vest will be 7th place. Congratulations to those 2 individuals. Young lady in the light pink is going to be 8th place. We have 2 more placings to hand out. Then we'll bring those top 5 back out again and place from 5th until we have a class winner. The young man in the light gray or the darker gray is going to be 9th. And we have 1 more placing in the bottom end of this class. Young man in the light lavender shirt is going to be 10th. And congratulations to these other individuals out here.
Folks, put your hands together for these 3 exhibitors remaining in the ring and their efforts today.
Moving on to the top 5 here.
Exhibitors, our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit.
Bringing these top 5 out now. And what they're going to end up doing if Mr. Day keeps it consistent here with what he did last class, he's going to place from 5th all the way up till we have a class winner. We're not going to pin any more back at this point. We're just going to place 5th up. And once we conclude this class, we will bring the other first and second back out from the previous class and crown you a champion and reserve champion landrace.
I'll tell you what, I'm very pleased with this landrace breed here at San Antonio. They're really a good uniform set. Their breed is very well representative in the quality type.
Absolutely. We talked about that in the last class. Those top 3 or 4, man, wow.
And this second class,
there's no slouches in here either.
No slouches at all. No, very
really
nice
good set of landrace. They're really setting them right now, trying to figure out where they want to go here. Like I said, these top 5 here are really, really phenomenally made, put together Barrows. Real wide chested. All 5 of these guys. Real square, boxy. They must have all been well fed. Landrace are real bad about that.
Attention to Swine Barn. At this time, we need our first and second place Barrows from Class 87. Please return to the holding pen for staging for our breed championship round. First and second place Barrows from Class 87. Please return to the holding pens for staging for our Landrace breed championship round.
Down to our top 2 in this class here. Very, very, very good hogs. I mean, all 5 of them were really good. One's getting a little tired out here, and I don't blame him. I get tired when I walk, too. But both are really showing the wheels off these hogs in the best of ways here. I think they're having fun talking about these 2. Young man will be second, a young lady will win her class.
Again, another good class here in our land race division, and as we get down through, the top 5, 6 here, very competitive all the way through. And Nick made a comment there in the Chesters. You just got to step back and you got to talk the differences. And when we get to our final conclusion in here, when I went back and told Nick, I said, I know what I'm thinking. What are you thinking? And he said, absolutely. And we just simply said, hey, here's the deal. The one that's most comfortable is this young lady's. The boldest one is this young lady. He's the stoutest in the forearm. He's the best in his top shape. He's bolder in his center body. He's truer in terms of his skeleton from front to rear. And then you combine that with the structural soundness that he brings to this particular class. That ends up being a logical place for us to start with. The one that ends up being in second there, certainly a show pig of the class, if you will. One that's elevated. He's got a great look when he first comes in, and I don't think we overly drove these by any stretch of imagination, and he's one that gives up the most in terms of just skeletal correctness emphasis in his shoulder. You get to studying in and digging in a little deeper on that one. He gets a notch flatter in terms of his shoulder, in terms of his forerib, and just the curvature to his center body. And then he wants to labor just a notch more off of both ends comparatively to the one that wins the class. His balance and extra build, though, from the side when you study in on this one here is what kept him over the one that comes out here in third. For me, the one that comes out in third of that top trio simply probably gets to be the most off balance when you get to studying in terms of just the way he uses his hip and hind leg there, and the way you study that one out of his hip and his rump structure there from the side. Reed's probably the most mature in terms of his neck there as you study him comparatively the ones ahead of him. Certainly a good pig in terms of quality. That's not the issue, just the differences that we've seen in that particular pig that kept him out of the top three there. His advantages in terms of just stoutness, though, in terms of just getting out here and featuring and studying him at the ground, puts him over the young lady that comes out next. Build and design, this one might follow more closely to our second place bear, but at the same point in time, when you get to reading in a little deeper on this one, he gets plainer in terms of his top. He wants to waddle a little more there out of his hind leg that I thought was ideal, and then he gets a little just frailer about his tail. I know that's one of those things in these land races that surfaces there, but he just doesn't read with that root and that stoutness when you get right in on top of him compared. The one that comes out next, if this one could hold everything together from his angles, we could move him up. But at the same point in time, he's one that gets a little more upright there. He definitely, of that pair there, between fourth and fifth there, fifth and sixth, got to be just a notch piecier. Didn't see that one kind of blending together in all his transitions as good as the one right there above him. One that comes out next, this was the one that Nick sent out of the sift pin there, and when he comes out, this one in terms of his look and design, we think is very good. He's got to be better when he goes away from you. He wants to hawk in there. We got to square him up, make him a notch truer. But when you step off of that one, you do appreciate that one in a lot of areas from his balance from the side. Just need to make him better from behind to move him up any higher. One that comes out next here is one that is a little harder to fit in the class and decide where you think this one goes. He's a big outlined hog, but he gets pretty flat in terms of his shape. We didn't see that one just having enough just natural body and dimension versus the other ones out here, and those ears and his head kind of throw him off just a little bit when you step off the side of him. But boy, that thing's got a soft hind leg. He gets out and goes. He's got some comfort to him in the way he picks it up and sets it down. Just didn't simply think that one had enough in terms of dimension, particularly on the top side and studying him down through his body shape. Come in here with another one that comes out, and as we start going down the line here, we get into another one that's good shape, good body, a little smaller stature, a little rounder and a little funkier in his hind leg set there, and we get on down the line. We run into the same type of scenario here. We've got good hogs here that maybe aren't quite as fresh in their overall build, need a shot of bone in this one. We just need to freshen the one up here that comes out in 10th in terms of just his head, his lower composition through the bottom third of his skeleton there. But a good class. Give him a nice hand if you would.
That concludes two very deep landrace classes here. Moving on to our championship landrace drive. We're going to bring both first places and both second places back out, and we're going to get a breed and reserve breed champion landrace crowned, followed by about a 45-minute lunch break, and then we start the light crosses. The light crosses is the last breed of the day, so it'll be an early day today. And then tomorrow we pick it back up with the other crossbreds.
And we have our placings for Class 88. Landrace Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Jackson Clenard, Thorndale, FFA. 9th place, Carter John Bosworth, Knox County, 4-H. 8th place, Hattie Creech, Martin County, 4-H. 7th place, Corbin Taylor Earhart, Lubbock County, 4-H. 6th place, Maddox Moore, Paducah, FFA. 5th place, Burke Lewis Waldrop, Dallam County, 4-H. 4th place, Kendall Danielle Erland, Giddings, FFA. 3rd place, Cody Kelso, Marion, FFA. 2nd place, Case Cook, Martin County, 4-H. And exhibiting 1st place, Riley Clenard, Thorndale, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from Class 88, Landrace Barrows, exhibited by Case Cook, Martin County, 4-H. Breeder that Barrows 4-5 Livestock of La Mesa.
Okay, that concludes our landrace show, but I have the Texas bred results for Class 88, our second class of landrace. It went to our second place in class to Case Cook out of Martin County 4-H. The breeder of his bearer was 4-5 Livestock out of La Mesa. Congratulations to 4-5 Livestock out of La Mesa for breeding this bearer, and to Case Cook for having the Texas bred class champion. We will resume at 12:30. We're going to break for lunch, at which time we will start.
All right, folks, y'all ready to select the champion landrace barrow? Here we go. Class 87 champion Hunter Harris, Canyon New Braunfels, FFA.
So here we are with our champion selection of our landrace. We have 2 to select from.
And your Class 88 champion, Riley Clenard, Thorndale, FFA.
If you would, put your hands together for our class winners here in our landrace division. Just 2 classes of them, but definitely, I think, hopefully around ringside, you can certainly see the quality of the pair of class winners. And as we get our champion and get another one brought out here, and I'm sure they're going to fit right in, because certainly the top end of these classes I thought were very, very good. And we go back and forth, and not really back and forth, just in conversation, and me and Nick talking over here. And the good thing about the conversations to this point have been very good. And it's simply, this is what I'm thinking, and he says the same, and we go back and forth, and we land on the ones we like and we're the most comfortable with. And you get in here, and I think there's one simply from just a show ring presence, from a quality standpoint, build, design, feature, still having width, still having shape. I'm not the fan of using the lightest one all the time, but today this one's going to have to be your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Hunter Harris, Canyon New Braunfels, FFA, exhibitor of our champion landrace barrow. Now coming into contention, Wyatt Creech, Martin County 4-H.
Drop that second in, and in that class, that hog has a slick look to him. He's good build, a good design there, and I think he puts right in here and rivals for that reserve spot as well. And, you know, I thought it was very close between those two in the class winners, I guess, as we get back out here. To me, when you step back off of them still, in terms of just stoutness, ruggedness, burliness, still having spread, you got to appreciate that thing for what he's done this far. Congratulations to this young lady. She'll have your reserve.
And congratulations to Riley Clenard, Thorndale FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion, landrace barrow. All righty, folks, we're going to take a lunch break now. We will return from lunch at 12:30. So we will start judging after lunch at 12:30 p.m.
And again, if you didn't catch what we said, we are going to be regrouping. We're taking a lunch break and start the light crosses at 12:30. So come back and tune in, and we will work you through these light crosses this afternoon.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Attention in the swine barn at this time. If I can have all swine committee members, interns, and volunteers, please return to your workstation. All swine committee members, interns, and volunteers, please return to your workstations. First call, Class 91, light crossbred Barrows. First call, Class 91, light crossbred Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens at this time. Be sure to have your pink show card with you when you enter the black gates. Big shout out to Comfort FFA for wearing the right headgear around the ring today.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and we are at our start of our light crosses here breed. This is the first year San Antonio has had a light crossbred breed show here, and we were real excited that San Antonio had the foresight to add this, because not only did they add it to have it as a separate breed, they also are awarding the breed champion in this category also a $10,000 scholarship. So it's just outstanding. You know, it's like I told somebody earlier during lunch hour, I said, you know, San Antonio gives every opportunity for a crossbred to be shown. You know, you got your draw crosses that were shown on the first wave, and then you have an opportunity to show a crossbred into 2 different categories here at San Antonio. But, you know, blue butts kind of had fallen off the last few years. I can remember years back, you know, a blue butt was going to win the show, you know, if it was really outstanding, and it wasn't one of these chromed up black ones. And so that transition had changed somewhat, where more of the chrome type ones was winning, and so the blue butts just didn't seem to fare as well. So, you know, they decided to put a blue butt show in, or any white type cross that didn't have black pigmentation on it. And I'm excited to see how this all plays out, because I think it's a good way to continue to give kids opportunity to show, you know, this, and it also allows breeders to be able to market and sell these blue butts as well. So great job, San Antonio, for putting this together. I suspect that this will continue, an area that'll continue to grow. It being the first year, probably some of them didn't even realize that they were doing this. So we are excited about that as well. Here today, we're going to have 6 classes of light crosses, and we got 160 head in this show. This first time, again, it's the first time we've done it, so it's new. As we look at the numbers, we're down slightly. If you add the 2 together, we had 508 last year, a little over 500, and this year we had last year we had about 460-ish. So it's down slightly, but like I mentioned earlier in the show, we're down a little bit in our wave here in our second wave, but we were up in our first wave, so overall we're slightly higher than in 2025. So what a great feeling to know that we still are keeping this Barrows show really strong, and people want to come out here and compete and be a part of it, of making memories and being part of a great experience. Looks like we have 2 pens so far and 2 out in the big arena. And I'm going to just say a couple of things real quick. Okay, if you've just now joined us, we're just starting the first class of the lightweight crossbreds. We're at class 91 is with the first class. It's weighing 250 to 254. We have 5 in the class at this present time. There's 27 head in this class. And I have a little treat for everyone that's listening here. I'm proud and honored to have Miss Pat Cantu. She is on the she's head of the steering committee here and oversees not only the swine committee but all the barns and the auctions that have to do with all these species and stuff of seeing to that it gets to the different areas and making sure everything is flowing well. And Pat, as we know her, Miss Pat, we are honored and privileged to have you up here. And what I'd like to have you share with us is just your experiences. When did you start here at San Antonio? And tell me about your roles and tell us the roles of the volunteers and the walks of life that they come from. Just give our listeners kind of an overview about really what's happening behind the scenes that they never get to see or hear.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. And I've going on 18 years here myself. We have a bunch of volunteers that we start back in September. It doesn't just start in February. So we come out here, we have our work days, we're here on the weekends. We have all kinds of volunteers here that, they give up with their families, during the February rodeo to be here, to be with, the exhibitors here with the families to help them. We work long hours. We work 36 hours. We start from Salado, where the trailers go park at, and they're waiting to come over here on the lot of San Antonio Rodeo. And then we start at midnight on, when the loading comes in, and we don't finish until the last trailer is on the lot.
Wow, and so there's no shifts like you see in some other areas. These people are just working straight through. Is that correct?
And that is correct. We do not have shifts. We have plenty of volunteers that come in, especially the interns that come in to help us from the colleges. And it's great. There's such a big help. But no, sir, we do not have change shifts here. We work through it all until it gets done. And like I said, with the volunteers that come in to help with the shows, we start in at 6 in the morning until we are done with the last class. And we have the volunteers that work in the back pens with the exhibitors to help them separate them into each pens to get them ready for the judges. And then after they are pinned, they come into the holding pens up here in the front where the red arena is. And then they wait until the judge comes up. Once he gets done swifting through the back pins, then they come up here, and then they'll start in the front over here with the exhibitors that they've chose. And we have all the volunteers that, as they call it, the crying lane, that where the ones that don't make it, they go down that way. But we also have the volunteers that work all the lanes down where the hogs go through to be held in the holding area. We have volunteers that are back there also, and they get here at 5 in the morning to get everything ready for them, and then until we are done.
So what walks of life are a lot of your volunteers? What is their what walks of life, meaning what backgrounds are they coming from as far as job occupations and stuff, and what are they giving up when they come here and volunteer?
Oh, yes, sir. So we have teachers that put in, for the 2 weeks that we are out here with the swine barn. And we also have some that even go outside the swine barn and work in other barns. And we also have police officers. We have housewives. We have all kinds that come and help us. And the ones that come and help us, we really appreciate them so much. We can't even give them enough gratitude how much we appreciate them.
So what you're telling me then, they're giving up time without pay and even their vacation time to come here as well.
And that is correct. They do that also. They come out with when I say they give their 2 weeks, is coming out here with without pay, but for the volunteers, because this is all for the kids. This is all for the kids, and we love these kiddos out here. I've been out here, and I can't even believe there's some that are coming up to me and telling me I'm married already. And then they used to come out here and show, and they were little, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I cannot believe that.
I know, I feel your pain because I've had the same thing happen with me.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, just the smile on these kids. Yes, there's some that there's some tears, but that's what we're here for, to give them support.
Well, absolutely. And, and you're saying that a lot of them give a 2 full weeks worth of dedication and stuff to
That is correct.
The stock show.
Yes, sir, they sure do. And like I said, myself, I'm missing home right now.
I bet they don't see you. You've probably gone over 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm here the whole month, starting from the end of January all the way to March 3rd. I'll be here.
So do you have a full-time job as well outside of this volunteer?
Well, I am retired. So I'm able to, make everything out here.
That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
So how have people been encouraged and feel the what I call the power over them to say, hey, I want to volunteer here at the San Antonio Stock Show. I want to give back. How does that all come about in your 18 years that you've watched this?
Well, surprisingly, when we're out here, I do have parents. I do have even exhibitors that come out here and say, how can I volunteer? How can I help y'all? I would love to be back here with y'all. We see how y'all work together as a family. We see how y'all do things back here. So we really enjoy it. How can I become a volunteer? So what we do is we just tell them, you know what, right after this class, I'll get with you. We'll go get a form for them. They'll fill it out and we'll turn it in. And then they'll be getting an email or a call saying that, they received their paperwork and everything so they can become a volunteer.
Well, that's outstanding, because I knew that, as we get older and stuff, it gets a point that physically because it's a, like you said, 36 hours, that's wear and tear on the body, and yet, they're giving it their all.
Yes, sir. And it is, like they say, bringing the younger generation, to help us break down these pins and break down these gates and everything else, but we still get our hands in there once in a while ourselves.
Now, you probably, one of the questions I'm thinking of right now off the top is your volunteers. They're not just from San Antonio. Where they're from all aspects?
Oh, yes. We have some that come in from Laredo, from Houston, Austin, they come from all over. They're just not from here, from San Antonio. And, and that's why I say we thank them so much. Not even a thank you is enough, because they travel from all over.
And if I remember right of talking to some of them they'll set up their RVs at the RV park, or they'll spend their income to stay at long stay type hotels, right?
And that is correct. That's why we make it a point to have them, when they come in, we have breakfast for them and we have lunch for them, because it can get kind of expensive out here, spending the money every day to eat out here.
Well, Miss Pat touched on something. I said when Landon and I come down here, and I as long as I can remember, they got people to help sponsor some of the food and donations of food and everything, and she has volunteers that prepare food for all the volunteers here on the swine committee that help make this swine show and Barrow show run as smoothly, and not only for the Barrow show but also for the Gilt show that we had 2 weeks ago as well. And all of these volunteers don't pay a dime on this yet. All of the volunteer help, the cooks and everyone associated are involved in ensuring that every one of these volunteers are fed and taken care of. And
yes, sir. And that we do. We want to make sure that, their bellies are full, and this way they can come back in here and get the job done.
Well, Miss Pat, it's a pleasure to have you.
First call, class 92, First call, class 92, light crossbred Barrows. First call, class
light
92,
crossbred
light crossbred Barrows.
Yeah, I was
Bring those
telling
barrels
our
to the holding
audience
pens.
What
Be
a
sure
great
you have your pink show
foresight
card
of
with
San
you as you
Antonio
enter the black
to add
gates.
the light crosses. I mean, now the kids have every opportunity to show any color type cross they want to show now, and giving the blue butts a fair shake as well, where they hadn't had it in years past. So
and we try to, when we have our meetings, that's one thing that we try to do is try to give these kiddos, a fair chance to bring out what they have, so this way we can all agree on, and when we do, we get it done.
Well, and one thing that we've pointed out in the show is I've let our listeners know how appreciative I know our ag teachers, county agents, parents, myself, everyone, of having that foresight to increase the ring double in size, and also the extra seating space that occurred with all of this. That was quite, I know, the undertaking, I'm sure, to get to that point, but y'all saw that and was willing to make it happen, whatever it took.
Yes, sir. And just like as you see out there, the new bleachers and everything, let me tell you, we work hard to try to get everything, prepared here for the families and for the exhibitors, and for this way everybody can be comfortable out here.
Well, it's a pleasure you being here, Pat, and thank you for all you do in your committee, and I appreciate you so much, and I know all of our listeners do too, and thank you so much. And
we'll get into our first class.
Well, thank you for having me, and it's an honor to be up here with you and giving me this chance to speak with you.
With the young lady here in the peach-colored sweater there, I think a bear that comes out here and simply, like we talked in so many classes, puts it together. He's a box checker, if you will, brings the totals out here with the extra balance, the design, and the comfort. Still got good dimension up high, good flex, good spread down low. I think a very nice pig to start this particular class. One that comes out in second, from his hip forward, that thing will command your attention. He comes out of the gate. He's got a good stout skull shape to him. He's good in his chest. He's good in his forearm. He's good in his muscle shape on the top side of his skeleton. If we can just reconstruct that hind leg to get him to pick him up and set him down just a notch better, he could rival that first spot maybe just a little harder than he does today, but it's still his natural build and his still squareness when you step in behind him that allows him to go over this predominantly white one that comes out next. One that comes out in third in terms of just shape and freshness on the upper side of his skeleton, very good. I like his boldness through the center portion of his body, his natural skeleton really in the front third, and he maintains through the lower third of his rib cage there. Biggest thing for this one is he gets a little smaller in his kind, makes him look a little quicker in his condition, and then when you step in behind him, you just got to make him go better in terms of squareness when you read that one from the hawk down. Next one comes out here. We felt this one logically went into the top four. Of those top four, this one gives up maybe just a most show ring presence, if you will, just from an overall eye appeal standpoint. But at the same point in time, when you get into studying this one, the way he uses his hind leg, his proportions are very good. His body shape is good. We had to change him in terms of just his front foot set there and his posture, and he gets a little bit softer, and maybe just give him just a notch more wow factor compared to those three right there above him. Next one that comes out here, we start getting into probably a few more structure issues as we go down through the way here, and you take this one here, and I think in terms of shape, he follows in type and kind. When you get right on the top side of him, he's the next roundest in terms of his body shape, but at the same point in time, he starts to read the frailest about the bottom side of his jaw down into his front leg. Just doesn't give you near the width and the stoutness coming right at you of that group right there above him. Come out next, you got a big outline, wild looking one from the side here. He's without a doubt the freak of the group, if you will, in terms of just length in front of his shoulder. He's elevated at the point of his shoulder. He is the stiltiest, though, off of both ends of his skeleton. Needs a shot more in terms of just flesh and depth of body from the side. Next one that comes out gets to be a notch flatter when he comes right at you in terms of just his forearm. You read him down into his sternum, down to the ground there. He closes up the most up in the front third of his skeleton. He too's one that maybe just gets a notch more upright off of both ends of his skeleton. But again, the young man's done a nice job with presentation, skin, and hair of keeping that thing fresh enough to allow him to get up there and snag him a pin in this class. One that comes out next here, good build, good design, and this was one that came out of the ring here, and from a balance standpoint, still don't know if that thing probably has enough depth and where he sets in the lower portion of his skeleton. When you step right in there behind him, he wants to funnel from top to bottom, but I do like the lines and the look. in terms of the levelness from blade to hip that he brings and presents in this class. Next one that comes out is kind of in the same boat. Good design, good built one from the side, just simply not as much in terms of feature. And again, as we talk in so many of them, it just comes down to structural differences that hold them things from getting on up the line. Coming out next year, running the same scenario, probably have an advantage in terms of shot of just bone and feature in this particular hog. But again, we run into the fact of just from a structure standpoint, we need to fix him on his front feet. He's a little more upright. He too's another one that we just got to make stouter at the ground in terms of base width and just overall skeletal extension. So with that being said, let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, as they close out this class. Congratulations.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Place, Ivy Marie McAllister, Iowa Park, FFA. Fourth place, Sadie Grace Hall, Harold, FFA. Third place, Emery Humphreys, Sudan, FFA. Second place, Ava Chilik, Floresville, FFA. And first place, Charlie Barracks, Midlothian, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 91, light crossbred Barrows, exhibited by Ava Chilik, Floresville, FFA. Breed of that barrow is 5M Genetics of Floresville.
Well, if you were tuned in, it was so nice to get Dad and Miss Pat, get a little background on the background, what happens behind the scenes, and we really appreciate her and all the volunteers here that make up the San Antonio Stock Show. And that concludes class number 91. We are now on class 92. 28 total head in this class, and weight ranges on these barrows goes from 255 to 269. They've got the fans moving here in the barns. It's getting warm here in Texas, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, it's 120 degrees internal temperature. Maybe not that hot, but it's starting to get humid. But we're at 81, feeling like 86. It's going to get up close to 90 today. So it's going to feel like summertime here shortly. Stay tuned. We're going to work these classes. Total of 6 classes of our light crossbred bears here today, followed by the overall selection of your champion and reserve champion light crossbred barrow. Only top 4 in each one of these classes of the light crossbreds makes the sale, so it just varies on the number of depth of quality, or excuse me, the quantity per class and total classes that dictate where the sale slots break. So the light crossbreds, we're at 1 through 4 make the sale.
Yeah, we've got a 24 total head out of these 6 classes that will make the sale here at San Antonio. That's 4 per class, so it's pretty tough pickings here, but these kids are working hard, and we're going to have a good show here. I have results of class number 91, which is our first class of light crossbreds as far as our Texas bred class champion. And it went to our second place in class, Ava Chelik out of Floresville, FFA, and the breeder of Ava's pig was 5M Genetics out of Floresville. Congratulations to 5M and Ava Chelik for having the Texas bred class champion here of the first class of lightweight crossbreds here at San Antonio Livestock Show.
For those of you tuned in, this is probably going to be a quicker afternoon. If y'all watched Wave 1, we will not be going until 6, 7, or 8 o'clock for Wave 2. You can bet on that. We only have 4 more classes to go after this one. followed by the overall selection of our champion and reserve champion, light crossbred, and then we call it a day. Then we pick tomorrow back up with our other crossbred class, followed by the much anticipated grand champion selection of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrows Show here in 2026. So, like I said, it's going to be a pretty quick day. It's 1 o'clock now. I think we'll be done between 2 and 3 o'clock today.
Probably so. And
if not
we're
sooner
only got
than that
100
even, yeah.
We've got 160 head here. And if you've just now joined us, of course, these light crossbred division or breed, or we want to call it, actually have to go through a classifiers, our 3 classifier system as well. And the reason for it is to be eligible in the light crosses, they're looking for barrows that are only white or barrows that are white with blue pigmentation, and those are the ones only that can be shown in this light crossbred division. If they have anything other than what I mentioned, then they get reclassified into our other crossbred division, and then they would show tomorrow.
Looks like we have 3 pins so far that I can see. Once again, like you just said, Wayne, there are some classification things going underneath us here. We're on the crow's nest, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. There's probably 3 or 4 getting classified right now. So I see 3 in the pins right now. We still have a few more to sort through. These classes are small. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we have one class of 30 and everything else is below 30 head. So it doesn't take as long to maybe do the first initial sift as what it would in some of these bigger classes.
Oh, absolutely. And I think some of the reason for this is, this is fairly new for San Antonio to put this in. This is our first year. And they've done an outstanding job of putting everything together, but I don't think everyone realized maybe that this was happening, and so I think we're going to see this actual division grow more as we go along because of the reason it's all new.
What are we talking about? The light crossbreds?
The light crossbreds, yes.
Okay. See, I always thought you had the dark wave and the light wave when it came to the crossbreds.
That's how it. Well, yeah, that's how it used to be, and then they decided to do them as
like a blue butt division kind of deal,
cross, and then an other cross deal, and then as I was mentioning to a lot of our listeners, the blue butts seem to fall off as far as having chances of being able to compete sometimes because so many chromed up ones were being selected. Now it was just the illusion of how they look out there, that black and that white, that just has such
They're trying to separate them out a little bit more to where it's more,
Yes.
And that's fair. I think that's really good that, like you said, San Antonio saw the foresight to look at that and just think about their different options and weigh their different options. And when you try something new, it's probably not perfect right off the back, but you build from that and say, okay, this is everything that went super great with this. How can we make it even better next year? And that's exactly what San Antonio will do here with this program.
Oh, yes, most definitely. They're definitely always listening and discussing.
They take everything into consideration from everybody. And, whether you think you're being heard or not, I promise you are.
Well, by adding this breed so-called, it's allowed not only kids to take their barrows to show that they're just shown with other blue butts, but also it helps even the breeders that actually have some blue butts that they've created have a good, fair place to take them to a state show and have them analyzed as a blue butt and not along against the other chromed ones.
Well, I can see 8 light crossbreds in the holding pen. 9th one just showed up here, and I think there might be 1 or 2 more. It started with 8 one class. It's like, oh, they only have 8, and then all of a sudden 7 more just showed up out of the blue. So, no pun intended with the light crossbred
I'm
class.
sure there's some more underneath, as you were saying.
Yeah, I anticipate at least 2 or 3 more for sure. But for those of you just now tuning in, they're going to bring them out one at a time. If he really likes you, he will repin you again. and you have a chance at a top placing in this class. Once again, only the top 4 in each one of these light crossbred classes makes the sale here at San Antonio. I'm going to go double check for my own sanity. I'm going to see how many we have underneath here.
Oh, okay.
I know we have 10.
And what's kind of neat, in this breed show is everyone goes to the auction in this because the top 4 go as walking lots. So everyone that makes a sale in the light crosses will go to the live auction. Got 5 outs so far, and the judges are conferring. And what they'll do is probably pen 1 or 2 back here and then let some more out. They've penned a young lady there in a long sleeve shirt with the bear with just the blue mask on the head. Nice bear as well. Yeah, he's kind of got in low gear, that bear there a little bit. Hopefully she can get it to move out just a little bit more. But he says, I'm out here. I'm going to take my time. Like the young man in the light green long sleeve shirt there has been pulled back. So we have 2 pulled back so far. And we still have 5 out in the arena. We're letting the next one out. So this is the 8th one that's come out now. Unless there's some more underneath, it looks like they kept 12, and there could be some more yet. Again, only 4 make the sale here at San Antonio. Just now joined us. This is our second class of crossbreds. We have a total of 6 here for this breed, and there's 28 in this class. Weight ranges from 255 to 269.
We'd like to thank Capital Farm Credit for their continued partnership with the San Antonio Livestock Show. Capital Farm Credit, together we're better.
Still looks like they have 2 more to sort through here. They pinned back 4 now. Young lady in the red sweater. I don't know how she's wearing a red sweater today, to be perfectly honest.
We're up here in the top, and
I
feel like I'm in a sauna right now.
And young man in the striped shirt, he also got pinned too, so that's 5 now. Once again, top 4 in each one of these crossbred classes of the light crossbreds will make the sale here. Was I talking that loud, ladies? Looks like we're going to placing now. He's got 5, so he's going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. Bring those top 5 back out. So young lady in the red and the cheetah print, she was your 6th place light crossbred Barra here at San Antonio. in class number 92.
And they haven't pulled the buttons yet, have they, Landon?
Yeah, they have.
Or they have. Okay, so
So they're on seventh. They're on 7th place.
So they're going 6th on down to 10th then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you had your hearing aids turned on, you'd have heard me say that.
No, I was walking. I was turned. I wasn't watching. But
And
I probably need some.
back to the show. Can I get that? Y'all heard it at home. He probably needs some, right? My mom tells him that too. Selective hearing doesn't work anymore, Wayne Reddy.
Well,
so the
you
young
can
lady
turn these off.
Yeah, yeah, you can turn your hearing aid off
That's
and
right.
just not worry about it.
Absolutely.
Okay, young lady in the pink was 7th. Young lady in the blue stripe was 8th. Young man in the green was 10th, and young man in the blue was 9th. These other young individuals will head out of the ring. Want to give them a big shout out for all their hard work and doing an incredible job showing in a very deep class here. We're going to pull our top 5 individuals out from class number 92. Young man's coming out right here with a really good little crossbred, doing a phenomenal job showing it. Young lady coming out here now, doing a great job getting that side profile set up there. You can see she's keeping that animal's head up, level, at a really good pace too. This young man hit the gate hard. Look how uphill that barrow runs.
Most definitely.
Low rider.
Looks like the young lady there with the mass barrow. When he first started out, when she was the first one panned in the second sort, he was really kind of slower and
First call, class 93, light crossbred barrows. First call, class 93,
Well, I
light
get it.
crossbred barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens. Be sure to have your pink show card with you when you enter the black gates.
Well, I don't blame him. I mean, after a long lunch break, you get kind of sluggish. You kind of get it,
I'm
kind of
sure-
get back in the rhythm of things
I'm sure
again.
he got a good meal before he came out in the ring.
Well, it depends how close he was to the top part of his weight.
He's pretty full.
We're down to our top 3 here, Wayne.
Yeah, that one that I was telling you kind of.
Battle of the boys here.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the boy will win, don't you?
And I think the barrow will too.
I think the barrel went over the boy.
And I think it's going to be a blue hog.
It will be a blue hog. A blue butt.
One's got
a blue butt hog.
Well, one's got a smokier pattern to him versus the other two that are
Yeah, that's a
more your
pretty
traditional blue butts, you know.
Sure.
Smoky blue will get 3rd. Young man, the light blue will get 2nd, and the young man, the blue, will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Chad Day.
Congratulations to each and every exhibitor.
Got a little tongue-tied there.
Another nice class here, and we start off with the young man over here on the far side, and just felt that one again from just a sheer balance, a total standpoint comes up here. You step off to the side, got a great look. He's stout about his skull. He's the heaviest bone one that still has a comfortable skeleton underneath of him that has some shape, has some show ring presence. Young man's done a nice job of getting that one put together and presented here. We thought a very logical place to start. It maybe gets a little closer in our opinion between 2nd and 3rd, and went back and forth, and this is one of those pigs I thought just kind of kept moving up the line here the longer the drive went on. And I think comparatively the one that's in third, you give this one the advantage in terms of just stoutness in his forearm and his front leg there. He's better in his chest. He's more comfortable in his front pasture and set. I think he's just got a little more eye appeal. And again, from just a presence standpoint, from a presentation standpoint, I think skin and hair separates him and gives him an advantage just of a more youthful, fresher look when you get right up on top of that one versus the one that comes out in third. One in third, build and design keeps him right up there. He's got a good look from the side in terms of being level from blade to hip. He takes a good step off of both ends of his skeleton. The longer you get on this one and you start to nitpick him, I got to change him at this view right here when he comes at you. He gets to read in a notch flatter just in terms of his forearm and up through the down through his forerib there versus the one that we elected to put there in a second. But another good pig there that certainly has a lot of quality in him. We just got to reconstruct that front third shoulder down to foot set to get him up any higher. One that comes out next, a little bit of the same scenario, and he probably follows the look of our class winner in terms of just from his shoulder forward, but at the same point in time, he doesn't have near the comfort of those ones ahead of him. He's more upright in his shoulder. He's steeper out of his hip and his hind leg movement there. We just got to get him to drive and go better to get him up any higher in this class. But a good one that's got a fresh shape when you get up on top of him, and that's what kept him up over the one that comes out next. And this one here, he probably has the same issue in terms of mobility. We've got to get him to drive better, but at the same point in time, he doesn't give you the extra look, the extra build from the side is what the one right there ahead of him does. But again, you got to appreciate that one's just stoutness of bone and foot and the design that he does bring. We just got to make him more comfortable with that extra bone and that extra feature that he's got working for him. One that comes out next, and you can go ahead and start dropping some of those out there. We just start getting into structure issues. One here closes up a little too much when you study him up in his shoulder and down through his chest to his knee. Doesn't have the dimension there. Gets a little shorter in terms of his hip. You come down to the next one here, gets a little lower set in the way his head and neck transitions out of his shoulder. He too's one that could be just a notch more comfortable from just an overall soundness standpoint. A good built one right here that just simply doesn't have enough. We got to have more punch all the way through that one. And then we come down and we get down here to round out our class, and we come down with one that just needs to be better in terms of just front foot placement. Wants to run downhill, get up on top of him. We got to just stouten him up a little bit. Next one that comes out needs a shot more in terms of lower body shape, just roundness to his center body to get him to move up any higher. Congratulations to all those kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Sixth place, Diandra Amar Rodriguez, Maverick County, 4-H. Fifth place, Charlie K. Neron, Merkel, FFA. Fourth place, Simone Dunham, St. Anna, FFA. Third place, Parker Trogacek, Midlothian, FFA. Second place, Troy Graham White, Shallowater, FFA. And first place, Braylon Kyle Yeager of Ropes, FFA. Our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 92, light crossbred Barrows, goes to Troy Graham White, Shallowater, FFA. Breeder of that barrow is Ashby Show Pigs.
Congratulations to those top 10 individuals from class number 92. Moving on now to our third of 6 classes of light crossbreds, that being class number 93. Total of 27 head in this class, and weight ranges on those barrows goes from 270 to 279. Those of you tuned in, we want to welcome everybody to the Taylor Fort webcasting, live streaming right now. No matter where you're at, whether you're at work, home, in the car, in whatever state you're in, we want to say thank y'all for tuning in and joining us and getting a front row seat to the Super Bowl of Barrow shows, as they call it. And it sure has shaped up to being that here again this year. Class number 93 consists once again of 27 head. We're doing our first initial sort. Chad Day is the lead judge for the light crossbreds, and Mr. Nick Hofschulte is our secondary evaluator for this particular breed.
As you're watching Class 93, I have the results of the Texas Bred Class Champion for Class 92 that just occurred. It was awarded to our second place, Graham White out of Shallow Water FFA. The breeder of his barrow was Ashby Show Pigs. Congratulations to Ashby Show Pigs and to Graham White for exhibiting the Certified Texas Bred Class Champion. As they're sorting this Class 93, we had mentioned to you that this is a new breed, and they have they're awarding a $10,000 scholarship.
It's really not a new breed.
Well,
it's just broken.
It was designated to just having blue butts.
Yeah.
So in a way, it's a new breed because they're adding
It's
$10,000.
It's an added breed broken up into two.
Yep, but then they're adding $10,000.
If we're going to get and adding $10,000.
So the first award or first scholarship ever given was in 2007 was the first crossbred scholarship that was ever given of $10,000, and the winner of it was Miles Delm back in 2007.
That was a few years back.
Couple of years back.
Oh, shout out to Miles.
Yes, I hope you're listening, Miles. You were the first recipient of that scholarship.
I don't know if he is or not. He's got him a family now, and he's a daddy, and hadn't seen him forever.
Got to see his daddy during the Sparrow Show a little bit.
Roy was hiding a little bit, I feel like. No, it was good seeing him and getting to catch up with him for a minute. That man has a lot of good knowledge and stories, and golly, he'll tell you like it is, and I love him for it. He's a man that is very well respected in this industry and still is. Yeah, he's dilly-dallying a little bit in cattle, too, and doing pretty good.
Oh, he's done very well. As we talk about the scholarships here at San Antonio, we look at how it's grown. Back in 1984, they only gave out 15 scholarships, and it was $90,000. Today, in 2025, 2026, they will award $1,865,000 in total scholarships and throughout this year. So what a great accomplishment of that. And we talk about all these years of accumulating money through auction and scholarships and everything else. They have put into this program to date $279 million in this program to help and educate and further educate our kids.
Looks like we have 8 pen that I can see right now, Wayne, and we're on the last one here sorting in this class. I believe there's probably 3 or 4 below us. They're going to go ahead and pin one more. So I would anticipate there's probably 12. There's 2 in the big arena. I haven't seen any in the big arena for a while. They're going to go and weigh these two. That'll make it at least 12. Plus a few getting weighed. I can hear the scales going back there, so between 12 and 13. Our judges now just started their second sort and have released the first one out of the gate, followed by now the second one. And the young man in the black right back. Young lady in the light purple just got pinned back. So we got 2 back so far, and we've got 6 totally out. Young lady in the purple sweater just got pinned, so we're up to 3 so far, and our judges are conferring about seeing what they're reviewing out there. They've gone ahead and released another one to come out of the pen. Like we've pinned the young lady in the maroon shirt, a dark blue butt. A lot of dark blue on that one. Looks like our judge got the buttons. They've got 4 of them put back. Unfortunately, only 4 of them make the sale here at San Antonio, it being a new breed show here for our light crosses or division. All 4 of these will go across the stage on Friday. The sale will be sometime Friday afternoon. I don't know the exact times, but somewhere, if it's like it's held in the past, it's somewhere around
4:30 or 5 was when that sale starts. Everything from first through fourth place will go across that stage, including plus of course the Grand, Reserve Grand, and all the breed and division and reserve divisions as well. Young man in the terracotta long sleeve shirt just became 5th, and he should be the first one that they've given a button to. They're going to go 5th all the way down to 10th place. All 10 of these will receive rosettes. As our judges are looking, placing all the way down to the 10th place there. You know, earlier in the show we had Miss Pat Cantu, who is head of the steering, which oversees not only the swine area, barns and facilities, but also steers and the other facilities
Folks,
as well.
put your hands together for these 3 young ladies in their efforts with their projects today.
One of the young men came out of the Dead Sea or the big arena and ended up placing his barra.
Got the first one coming out here.
So we have our top 4 pinned back. So every one of these individuals here that is left, Wayne, they will all make the sale here in San Antonio.
Absolutely.
And they're all walking. They're all walking yeah.
lots. But nothing against anyone that's placed 5th and 6th.
Oh, not at all.
They are guaranteed money of $1,500 plus anybody can do add-ons. Not only during the sale and online, they can do it up until the first few days
First
of March.
call, class 94, light crossbred Barrows. First call, class 94, light crossbred Barrows. Exhibitors, bring your barrows to the holding pens. Be sure to have your pink show card with you when you enter the black gates.
It'll be interesting to see where they go here. There's one kind of an outlier in here, and the other 3 are more kind of, I'm not going to say trendy is the right word, but they kind of are. There's one that's just bold in the ham junction compared to the other 3.
I see 3 out here that are probably a little more body behind the forerib, and one that's a little more just maybe not quite, a little more tubular maybe, just when you kind of line them all up here.
One's got a little bit smaller skull than the other ones too. I was looking at it; just looks very fresh appearing. You forget.
Oh, very fresh.
It looks like a lightweight head on it. You know what I'm saying? It just you don't see those very much anymore, and it looks cool. I mean, it looks clean.
Oh, absolutely, and they all walk really good. All 4 of these young exhibitors are just
doing a good
allowing
job.
them to prance around there, and like you said, doing an outstanding job how they're presenting their barrows.
Absolutely, they are. And they're walking them pretty. Sorry, that was like repetitive. They are walking very, very good out here.
You know, it takes a lot of practice, a lot of conditioning.
Yeah,
with
they're
these
conditioned.
barrows
These
at
barrows
home.
are well conditioned, and these kids, like I said, it feels like 88 degrees right now. It's only going to get hotter as the day goes on, which I'm kind of thankful that we are getting done earlier before it gets to the hottest part of the day. We're going to hit close to 90. If not 90 degrees, and the feels like temperature is going to get even hotter than that.
Up where we're at, it's probably about 10 degrees hotter as well. We're getting all the hot air up
Yeah,
there.
we are, but that fan's right there too, so that doesn't hurt any. But I will tell you, the farther down you go, the better the fan feels.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
You think the closer you are to the fan, the better it feels. It's actually opposite there. Maybe one of my teachers can explain that better. But yeah, they are setting these real hard here. That means, and all four of them are very good hogs. So I think that's what they're kind of, talking about together. Like, hey, there's four really good ones out here. And that's when, like Mr. Hofschulte said earlier, like that's when it gets fun. When you have a bunch of them that look really, really good out here, it's like, man, what do you think?
Yeah,
they're walking the wheels
they're
off
walking them pretty hard here.
So the young man in the black, he's going to be fourth place, and we're down to the young ladies here. The young lady in the maroon will be third. And then we have two shades of purple here.
One of the purples are going to win here.
A young lady in the light purple second. A young lady in the dark purple will be your class winner. She showed her way up.
She really did.
Yeah.
Great
Congratulations
job to all of the winners here in the top four.
Let's just go and say top 10. Congratulations.
That as well, too.
Probably one of the more challenging classes that we've worked through, and just a lot of differences out here. And I mean, this is one of them classes that Nick and I stood over here and talked. And I can assure you, if you're standing around ringside and you've got one out here, you probably like him the best. And I'm not going to tell you in a place or two you can't make a good story up for him to get where he needs to be going to plead your case. But when it all falls together, this one that ends up starting the class. You get back, and the lesser of worst evil in an area or two as we go down through the line there of again talking about checking boxes and putting them together. And this one here, simply at the end of the two fresher bears that are out here, this one just puts it together structurally better than the one that comes out in second. I think both of them are very fresh in terms of their shape. I like his forearm, his body, and his bone and his feature. I think he handles it. He squares up a notch better off of both ends of his skeleton. He's a bear that comes out here in terms of just where he's at in terms of his stature is probably the biggest thing that you got to make the judgment call on relative to his length and the way he proportions. But I think a very good bear in terms of just freshness, squareness, just structural comfortability that keeps him up here to start this class. One in second, without a doubt, probably has a better head shape and a better look from the side from a presence standpoint. When you get to reading into this one a little bit further, as I said there a second ago, he is fresher than the ones that come out in second and third. You study this one from an angle standpoint, that's where he ends up going in second. He's more upright in his shoulder. He's the edgiest when you step in behind him there. He's plenty wide. If you can square him up and just kind of put everything together and get it to blend and flow in a little better pattern, he could win the class. Just simply didn't think that one had enough comfort to get around the one right there in front of him. One that comes out next, comfort keeps him out of the top two as well, but his muscle and his just overall look and dimension is what kept him over the one in fourth. He's better in terms of his back shape. He's heavier in terms of just his natural feature. His width, his body shape is better. He's got to go better to push up there and rival those first two, particularly our class winner. But I do like the look and I like the shape of that one that allowed him to stay over the one in fourth. One in fourth is a good built hog right here, and he's got some comfort to him. He too, though, the longer you get him going, he gets to pushing off of both ends. But what keeps him down in fourth is the fact that he doesn't have the shape on the upper side of his skeleton. He's the blandest in terms of just his overall muscle. When you get right up on top of him, he skinnies up the most when he comes at you in terms of just width and dimension versus those wider chested, heavier muscled ones that come out in first, second, and third. Coming out here in fifth, another good balanced type of a hog. Didn't read this one just to have enough look. He gets a little frailer in his front leg column down to his foot there. Doesn't give you the dimension through his forearm and the expression of the ones right there ahead of him, but a good design hog that the build kept him right up there in the top five there towards a sale slot there. The one that comes out next, just simply he's got to balance better. He gets more upright. He's a little more jammed up. He just needs to have a slicker look to him in terms of just front third and hardening his back there just a little bit. He just gets to be a little rounder in his top shape. Doesn't have quite the expression up on the upper side of his skeleton. One that comes out next has got a good look and a good design to him. He's got a little more hitch in his get along there. He's got to get out here and go just a shot better. But bone look and build and design is what allowed him to go over the one that comes out here next. Gets a little shorter headed here, the young lady in the green face. Don't forget your ribbon there. in his face, a little plainer when you get up on his backside and just feature. We just got to have more at the ground in terms of substance to get up any higher. We get down through here, and again, we kind of run into the same song and dance we get into in a lot of classes. Angles, roundness of designs got to be better there. He's still got some look, comfortable in terms of he needs to be more comfortable in terms of the way he goes. One that rounds out the class, he's got to have more muscle and power versus those ones on up the line. Good class, a little bit of a challenging class there to get everything worked out, but I think a very good class on the top end particularly. Thank you.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
3, light crossbred Barrows. Exhibiting 10th place, Rex Wayne Kelly, Splendora FFA. 9th place, Brindley Greer, Davenport FFA. 8th place, Brooklyn Eileen Van Damme, Dehennis FFA. 7th place, Crossan Williams Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. 6th place, Caitlin Ryan Dunn, Glenrose FFA. 5th place, Brody Cranfield, Lubbock Cooper FFA. 4th place, Dylan Joe Hatcher, Galveston County 4-H. 3rd place, Grace Brooklyn Scott, McLennan County 4-H. 2nd place, Charlie Lofton, Santa Fe FFA. And 1st place, Gentry Klein Askew, Lynn County 4-H. And our Certified Texas Bred Registry Class Champion from Class 93, light crossbred Barrows, goes to Charlie Lofton, Santa Fe FFA. Breeder that Barrows, Atchison Show Hogs of Rose Sharon, can pick up their Certified Texas Bred caps at our association table near the show ring.
If you just now joined us, we are in Class 94 of the light crossbred division. And in this class, we've got 26 head. And the weight ranges is from 280 to 288. In our last class, in Class 93, our Texas bred class champion went to our second place, Charlie Lawton, out of Santa Fe, FFA. Atkinson Show Pigs out of Rocheron was the breeder of this bear. Congratulations to both the breeder and the exhibitor, Charlie Lawton, out of Santa Fe for showing the Texas bred class champion. As we look how smoothly this Barrows show runs, and we couldn't do it without the volunteers, that being 7,000 plus in the entire show that makes this San Antonio Livestock Show flow and function so well. Earlier in the show, we had Pat Cantu, who is the steering chair that basically oversees not only the facilities here in the ring of the swine, but over at the steer and several other areas as well. And she came out and told us as I interviewed her, all of these people they donate their time, as we mentioned throughout the show, both the first wave and second wave. They donate their time away from their main job, vacation time they give up for it, time without pay. But something else that came to mind that was really interesting is, there's no shifts on her volunteers. So some of these people that help, especially in when they check in and everything, will be up 36 hours, and that's just amazing to me. You talk about it taking a toll on somebody's body to be up 36 hours when you're not used to it. I mean, that's just shows the dedication of all of our volunteers, that they're willing to persevere to whatever it takes to help this show runs as well as it runs, and making sure that these kids are accommodated here in San Antonio. So when we get finished with our light crossbreds, our judges here for this light crossbred division will have looked at 160 total head and 6 classes. Upon completion of 96 class, which is the 6th class, then they will name the champion reserve. And we're done for the day then, and we'll resume tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., which our judges will go through 8 classes of other crossbreds, 301 total head.
I think we're going to be done by lunch or shortly after lunch tomorrow.
I agree with you. And then, stay tuned tomorrow, and we'll be able, when it gets closer to the end of that crossbred show, we'll probably have a target time when they're going to set up for the award ceremony and the grand drive.
I was down there looking at some of these pigs, Wayne, just kind of, we're up here in the bird's eye view, so they look good, but you don't realize how big they are till you go down and look at their top. Their top looks pretty good from here. You go down there, it's a ditch.
I believe it.
They've got enough hogs. I really don't know if they're going to keep any of these.
And, we're getting it. What you're seeing is weights up to 288 pounds. So
so we're getting the big ones now.
Close to that 300 now.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. We have 2 more classes after the conclusion of this one. And these are broken up into divisions. Young lady in the yellow, she's going to get pinned back for a chance to show with the rest of them that have been selected. Young lady in the orange is going to get pinned as well. These 2 young men are going to get excused, but they did a phenomenal job.
To make it this far, and
absolutely,
and they've got good pigs too. It's just There are so many good ones in this, even though it's not a large class. The depth is really deep.
I know we have at least 15 that were pulled back for this class. That's over half the class here. Started with 26 and down to a minimum of 15. Going to pull them out one at a time, just like they've done the previous classes, and pin back their top 4 or 5 in each one of these classes. So far, we're about halfway through evaluating this initial sort. We've got 2 in the pins right now. I think they're looking at maybe pinning another one. They're talking about one right now. They've got 2 more to bring back out again here in just 1 second. Young lady in the light pink is going to get pinned. That'll be the 3rd one pinned back. Young lady in the yellow is now coming out. She came out of the big arena. Kind of has a little bit of a limp on the back end, it looks like. And this rounds out the final one here in this class that was pinned back. She came out of the big arena as well, so kudos to her and that young lady in the yellow for showing their way into this very deep class here. Once again, we have 3 pinned so far for our top placing. And top 4 in each one of these light crossbred classes makes the sale here at San Antonio. So the young lady in the peach, I meant to bring this up. She went from the big arena, and she is now in the top 5. So kudos to her. Now they're going to start placing here. Chad, Mr. Day is going for the buttons here. And we're going to play 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. Young lady in the black blazer, she's going to be 6th place. They're conferring for 7th and 8th right now. Young lady in the black shirt is going to be 7th place. And what I appreciate about these guys, Chad's really taking his time to make sure he gets these placings down. That's so important as well. Young lady in the light blue is going to be 8th place. Young lady in the yellow is going to be 9th place, and she showed her way up from the big arena to a placing ribbon. Congratulations, young lady. And we have one more placing here. And it is starting to really warm up in this barn, figuratively and literally. And 10th place goes to the young lady in the light pink. Congratulations to all these other individuals for their hard work. All right, let's have some fun here in class number 94. We're down to our top 5. Young lady in the green doing a phenomenal job showing her animal. She's laser focused. I love it. Young man coming out here doing a good job as well. Look at him. Hunched over, ready to rock and roll. Young man coming out here now in the light red. Getting his animal's head up. Sorry. Tongue twisted over here. Tongue tied, whatever you want to call it. Young lady coming out hot here. That pig was ready to go. And this final young lady came out of the big arena, and she is now showing for a potential sale hole. These are your top 5. Top 4 will make the sale. This is the perfect opportunity as a showman. If you're in the top 5, make sure you show the attributes of your hog that are the most important to him. Say he has a really wide front end, make sure that's the first thing they see. If he doesn't walk quite as wide from behind, maybe try to avoid showing the judges that right now, because you can move up placings just by doing that. Not that you're trying to hide anything. When the judge is ready to look at everything on your animal, he will. But you could show your way from the cry hole or the which is one placing behind the last sale slot, all the way up to a sale position just by your showing. So young lady in the light peach is going to be 5th place. Young lady in the light pink is going to be 4th place. Young man is going to be, well, I don't know if they placed him. I don't think he gave him a button. They did place that young man. Okay. He placed the whole class while I was trying to figure out if that kid placed or not. So sorry about that, everybody. We'll let Mr. Day take over the mic and tell us what he did. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals.
Nice class here, and another top end here in this class, and I think first and second surface up here, and you step off to the side and you separate them when you get up on top of them in terms of just dimension and stoutness with the young man, Barrett, coming across the center of the ring here. Without a doubt, when you run alongside of them two there, he is the stouter one of that top pair. He's a notch heavier in terms of his bone. When the young man gets him in rhythm and gets him out here, he pulls himself together extremely well from a look standpoint. He's still fresh. He's still rugged. He's still flexible. He starts this class. The one that comes out in second, without a doubt, build, design, look, freshness, like all those things about this one. When you just study in on that one, he just doesn't read near as stout about his foot and the bone, and then you get up on top of him. He just doesn't have the overall dimension of the one there that starts in terms of just sheer spread from front to rear. One that comes out in third gets a little closer here between third, fourth, and fifth. There's some give and take, and all of them obviously get in the sale there, and it's just a matter of how you decide to set them. I went ahead and went with the one I thought kept his composure together a notch better from the side there. I thought he had just a little more on the upper side of his skeleton there than the two right there below him, and I thought just more importantly, like I said, his balance and just his collectiveness from the side allowed him to go up there in the third spot. One that comes out next from his hip forward, he's got a good look and he's got some dimension. He's got to be better in the way he uses his hind leg. He wants to duck and tuck a little bit more off those rear wheels and wants to carry him up underneath of himself there a little more than ideal. But again, just from a ring presence and freshness standpoint, he's one of them that's got to be up in the top 5 in our opinion. One that comes out next here probably just gets a little stouter and a little plainer about his head. He's just a little more jammed up for me probably in every aspect, and he gets just a little rounder and a little shorter in the way he uses his hind leg, but still one that's got some dimension. He's got some burliness about him. His hair coat maybe doesn't help him. Nick and I actually talked about that in terms of his color there. He's a little harder to gravitate towards, but at the same point in time, I think when you step back, you allow him to drive and study in there, he's one that has to be appreciated for sure. One that comes out next has got a good build, a fresh look from the side, just gets too flat on his front feet, needs a shot more bone and feature. He gets to be one of the more refined ones in the top 6 in this class. One that comes out next, super stout in terms of width and power and muscle. He collectively doesn't keep himself together. He's off in his ham loin there. He gets a little more upright off of both ends of his skeleton, as we run into in a lot of classes at this point. They just got to drive and go better. You come with one next here. You get up on top of that one there. He's got good shape, and you like that about him. He's another one that's a little rounder in terms of his hind leg placement. He's a little more uncoordinated just in terms of his overall movement versus the ones right up there ahead of him. And again, as we close out the class, same old story there. We just got to have him a notch stouter in an area or two. We may need a little more shape, may need to be just a notch more comfortable, particularly in the one that rounds out the class here. But a good class. Congratulations to those kids.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Bay. 6th place, Kaylee Ray Kettner, Petersburg, FFA. 5th place, Kinley Ryland Bowers, Iowa Park, FFA. 4th place, Georgia Ann Kelly, Bells, FFA. 3rd place, Tucker John Stork, Hamilton, FFA. Second place, Hayden Starr Ditmar, Kerr County, 4-H. And first place, Davis Clay Lang, Winkler, Loving County, 4-H. And our certified Texas bred registered class champion from class 94, light crossbred Barrows, exhibited by Hayden Ditmar, Kerr County, 4-H. Breed of that barrow is Rains Livestock of Fredericksburg.
That concludes class number 94. Moving on to class number 95 here now. 22 total head in class 95. And weight ranges on these crossbred Barrows goes from 289 to 299. That final class, all 300-pounders. So we have this class and one more, followed by the overall selection of our light crossbred champion and reserve champion, and then we call it a day. I was telling everybody what the temperatures were here in San Antonio, and it's starting to get really warm here. Today and tomorrow are supposed to be really hot. It is 85 degrees and feels like 90. Feels like temperature is 90
exhibitors
degrees.
are missing one exhibitor for this class 95. Gray Bradford, Princeton FFA. If you're in the holding pens or if you've gone through, could you wave a hand? Let us know, please.
What I do know is it feels like 120 in the barn. Maybe not that hot, but they have the fans going. It's all good. We're all having a good time, but it is warm outside, and, you know, it is Texas, so you just never know what the temperature is going to be. It is February 25th, and we're already in the 90s almost. We will hit 90-something today for sure.
Folks, as a reminder, when you complete showing and you're ready to load up and head home, you want to pick up your tack. Remember, no trailers are allowed on the grounds. So you need to get your truck, pick up your tack, and then go pick up your trailer. Once again, no trailers are allowed on the grounds. So be sure to remember that.
All right, that's the final. We have one more hog to look at here in the first initial sift. There's 7 that have been pinned to this point. Still a few underneath the scales getting classified and weighed. Once again, you can weigh within 10 pounds on the upper or lower side of whatever you turn your weight card in at. One animal about in the big arena right now. He's a Lone Ranger right now. So what they're doing now, for those of you just tuning in, they're going to pull each one of these individuals out one at a time. And if they really like you, they'll pin you back. Once again, top 4 will make the sale here in these light crossbred classes. We have this class and one more. They've already pinned 2 back to this point. They only kept 11 hogs back. This is the least amount of hogs they've kept back in the crossbred division to this point. Still have 5 more to pull out. One of the young lady in the pink, she's going to get pinned. She'll be the 3rd one pinned now. Oh, 4 more to go through. Wayne, like I was
Folks,
telling
those of you standing over around the arena in front of the stands, if we could ask y'all to please take a seat in these stands. Thank you.
They pinned 4 now, and I wonder if they're going to start placing here in a minute.
Attention Swine Barn, Avery Mabry, please come to the announcer stand. Avery Mabry, Brock FFA, please come to the announcer stand.
All right, now we're down to our top 4 or 5 here. In class number 95. I don't know if they realize there's, I think she, yeah, it's just 4. We thought this other young lady, so had to come out here. So all 4 of these individuals here are going to make the sale here at San Antonio. So congratulations to these 4 individuals. Young lady in the pink is 3. Young man is 2. And here's your class winner. Congratulations to these individuals. Let's hear from Mr. Day on his comments about the class.
So a good class here, and we felt that we had a logical one to start with, and a young lady coming across the middle here, and not to sound like a broken record, and as you talk through so many classes, but again, it just comes down to putting everything together, and this one does it in that aspect. He's got the extra shape. When you get up on him, he's stout, he's heavy boned, he's still comfortable. You know, he's set out on the corners when you step right in there behind him. I probably wouldn't want him to be any stouter going away from him than what he is, but I think once you dig in on that one, study that one's body shape, just his freshness up on the upper side of his skeleton, he definitely one that has to sort up and win this particular class for us. One that is in second rivals him the hardest just from a presence standpoint. He's another one that's got good shape. He's stouter when he goes away from you than the one that's in third. He's got a good chest view when he comes at you. He's still got a good build from the side. He's flexible. He's good design. I didn't just read that one, man, just quite as bold when you study him right through the center portion of his body versus the one that starts this class, but a very good one that ends up in second. One that ends up in third here is probably the most mature about the way he reads up through his skull and back into his chest there. He's one that's got a big front leg. He's stout in terms of just density. When you step off to the side and you read into that hog, he's good in his shape right out of the backside of his blade, but he plays out the most. When you step right in behind him, you read him out of his upper hip, down through the center of his stifle there, through the base of his ham. He's one that closes up the most for us of the top trio in this class. Excuse me. Next one that comes out here, again, look and design maybe falls a little closer to the first 2 up there, but when we got into this one here, I just wasn't as comfortable with this one in the way he shuffles off of both ends of his skeleton there. Again, he's one that does have a fresh look about him. He's also, of the top 4, the one that gets the least expressive in terms of just shape and muscle expression. When you work down his top line there, he gets to be the plainest and the roundest in terms of just his back versus those ones. Next one that comes out here, again, we've seen a lot of these wavy-haired ones here the last couple days, and I'll be honest with you, the hair deal right now, we got to figure it out, because the fact that having hair is good. The fact that having bad hair and they get a little wavier, it makes it hard to evaluate some of them things when you get off of them in terms of from a freshness standpoint, and maybe that's where I questioned that one there just ever so slightly, was where he ended up just overall from an eye appeal and from a freshness standpoint. At that same point in time, you got to appreciate that hog when you do get up on him in terms of just still having some shape, in terms of just still having some foot and bone and some comfort when we get him out here on the move. But again, one there that I just like to maybe just freshen up a little bit more to move up in this class. Next one that comes out, very practical type of a hog, good build, got to be stouter when he comes at you in his chest and in his front leg there, just gets to be a little frailer in terms of just his overall makeup versus the other ones right there in front of him. We start getting down through here, and it starts to be a little more of a mix and and match type of scenario of where these next ones really fit in. You got a big outline one right here. Simply need to be looser and needs to go with a little more comfort, but he does have elevation. He's still got some shape when you get up on him. Next one comes out. We've got some width. We run into the same type of scenario as where he fits in terms of just hind leg comfort and squareness, particularly when you step right in behind that one. Next one comes out. The look, the build, and designs there. At the same point in time, he doesn't have near the shape or near the feature as the ones there, and gets to be one of the narrower ones of the top 10 in this class. Then we round out with the next two here. Simply the same scenario. Gets a little shallower in terms of his twist when you step in there behind him. I like his shape and his look in the front portion of his skeleton. We just got to get him to balance up in terms of depth and freshness versus the class winners in 1, 2, 3, 4 on the top end there. Round out the class with one that's just got to be better structurally, comfort from a comfort standpoint to get up any higher. Good class. Congratulations.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Robert Patton, Montgomery County, 4-H. Sixth place, Layla Ray Hagdorn, London, FFA. Fifth place, Mackenzie Sandifer, Community, FFA. Fourth place, Gabriela Salazar, Abbott, FFA. Third place, Addison Horn, Harrison County, 4-H. Second place, Rowdy Wayne Lofton, Santa Fe, FFA. And first place, Camlin Alexis Mason, Montgomery County, 4-H. And Camlin is also our certified Texas bred registry class champion from class 95, light crossbred Barrows. Breeder that Barrows Blunt Farms of Sherman.
All right, the class we've been waiting for our second wave, first day, the last class of today, class 96. This is in the light crosses, 300 to 300. 30 head in this class, and our judges are sorting that. And while they're sorting this class, I have not given the results of the Texas bred for the last two classes. Class 94, which was the fourth class of light crosses, our certified Texas bred class champion went to the second place, And that second place belonging to Hayden Detmar out of Kerr County 4-H. The breeder of that barrow was Rains Livestock out of Fredericksburg. Congratulations to the Rains Livestock family. They work really hard. They work that operation 24/7 in their spare time. But congratulations to them and Hayden Detmar of Kerr County 4-H. And then in this class that the judges have completed, class 95, it went to the class first place class champion was also the Texas bred Camlin Mason out of Montgomery County 4-H was the Texas bred class winner there. And it was bred by Blunt Farms out of Sherman, Texas. The Blunts do a great job with their genetic program as well. Again, congratulations to Camlin Mason.
I'm pretty sure
Farms.
that's Kelton's daughter.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I saw Carrie a while ago, and she said they had one in that upcoming class. So congratulations to Carrie as well, and Kelton.
Once again, this is our final class of the day here. We have this class followed by the champion and reserve champion selection of our light crossbred market bears here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Bear Show here in 2026. Can't believe we're already here in 2026. And already this far into it, we're almost in March, y'all. Time flies when you're having fun. We're stock showing. They've got up to 7 pigs pinned back so far that I can tell. And they still have a couple more to evaluate here in this first initial sift. Once again, Mr. Chad Day is our lead evaluator for the light crossbreds. And Mr. Nick Hofschulte is the secondary evaluator for our light crossbreds. And you know, I say secondary and lead judge, whatever it may be, they communicate together as a team. So it's technically we have 2 guys, but they're one unison judging.
Yes, they've done an outstanding job from the first wave to this second wave, consistently working well together at ease, and they just work together like you mentioned. They're just good team players with each other. Our judges have gone through, at the end of this Class 96, they have gone through 404 pigs today. And tomorrow, they've got 301 left. So our second wave was, if you haven't joined us throughout the day, our second wave totaled 705. And when they get through judging tomorrow, they have gone through 24 classes at the end of tomorrow's breed. And they created 100 and placed 118 that made sale slots here at San Antonio for this wave. The 2 combined for 300 for both waves. The 2 combined 346 total sales slots here.
We've got a total 8 pin, 10 of them. We'll get a placing rosette. I'm sure there's several getting classified. Like you said, Wayne, they got to meet breed characteristics. And even though a crossbred is a mixture of 2 different breeds, there is some characteristics when it comes to this specific crossbred.
Absolutely, Landon. What the classifiers are looking for is they're looking for bears that can stay into this division. They have to be only white, and if they're not only white, they have to have white with blue pigmentation. That's the only colors eligible for this.
Not blue with white pigmentation. Is there such thing? Have you ever seen a solid blue
I
buck?
hadn't seen a solid blue with the white on top, but it
That would be a cool. That'd be interesting. I'd be
would
like, what
pass.
is that?
It would pass, though. That explanation would pass because the two ingredients are white and blue.
There you
Just
go.
no black in there. If there's any black or any red or any of
Do
that
they get
sort,
kicked out to the other crosses then at that point?
They would be reclassified into that. You're correct.
Like we talked about, there's 30 head in this class, but at the same time, Wayne, if one of these other breeds got, say, kicked out to this light cross class, we actually could have 30 up to 32, 33 in this class potentially.
Absolutely. Anything that was kicked out or not kicked out, better
Reclassified.
word is reclassified
Yeah.
is the real term there. But, Chesters or Yorks or anything would fall into this class unless they had black pigmentation. If they did, then they went into the other cross.
We've got at least 11 pins so far. They've got 4 out in the big arena. This is the most they've had in the big arena up to this point. And I will say, Wayne, all 4 of these look really, really good. I mean, there's not a bad hog in here.
No, they're really.
In my mind.
No, they're really. They've got them, sorted in a way that they all look very similar in kind. So if you've just joined us for the first time here and watching this light cross division, our first wave we had 16.
Hold on, young lady just got pinned here.
Oh, good.
And young man as well, so there's 2 of them. And they're going to send 2 of them on to greener pastures.
Folks,
as I
let's
like to
give
say.
these 2 exhibitors remaining in the ring a nice round of applause for their efforts today.
That makes between 15 and 16 that they pin back for this final class.
That's
so we got about half
real
the
deep.
class still right here.
Absolutely. And it just shows the character of both of these guys. Not only do they work together, as we mentioned throughout the show, but they want to make sure they compare all of these against each other out in the big ring and make sure they get the top 4 that they want at the top 4 because they know how important it is here at San Antonio to get a sales slot.
And once again, we're going to pull them out one at a time like we're doing right now. And if they really like your animal, they will re-rack you for a chance at a top placing position in this class. Depending on the depth, we'll determine how many they pin back here. They pinned back 3 to this point. A lot of good hogs in here. There's going to be some good hogs left standing, too. It's how the cards fall, y'all. You could have a really, really deep class where you have 13 to 14 deep, and you could be put in another class where there's only 2 to 3 deep. It just, it's all on the cards, everybody. A lot of really good showers out here, though. All of these individuals right now are doing a phenomenal job showing their animals. They pin back 5 now.
Have a little breakdown of our first wave and our second wave total numbers. Our first wave, we had 1,618 show up here at San Antonio, which the judges placed 228 sales lots during that first wave. Our second wave that they're currently working on is 705. So the total is 2323, which is actually slightly up from a year ago. So it's nice to see that we have our numbers increased a little bit here on the actual numbers that show up, because there was well over 3,000 entries that were entered here at San Antonio.
They've got 5 pinned back now, Wayne, so I think they're going to get to placing here in a minute based on what they've been doing all day in these light crossbreeds. And they're kind of evaluating them right now. They're talking about them together like, okay, is there anything else that we want to pin back, or do we want to go start placing? And if so, where's our 6th place at? Because they already have 5 pinned back. If, say, they just keep these 5, they're going to place 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in that order. So that's kind of probably what they're going over in their heads right now, and also with each other. So they have 10 still out there. They're going to go and pin another one. Young lady in the red, she'll be pinned. That'll be 6 now. So now they're going to play 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. I can see Mr. Day going for the buttons from Dr. Griffith of Texas A&M University. Young man is going to be in the kind of lighter blue. He's going to be 7th place. Ooh, that sounded expensive. Oh, we're all guilty of dropping phones here. Other young man in the blue, he'll be 8th. Young lady in the light pink is going to be 9th place. So you want to be aggressive for this last placing ribbon here.
I mentioned in the show that we had a total of 23 show up in both waves. I just kind of ran the numbers. It's actually a little less than 15% that actually make the sale here at San Antonio, to tell you how competitive this show is.
They're going to give this young lady the 10th place. Congratulations to her showing her tail off out there. That's a big accomplishment.
Absolutely.
Make the top 10 here, y'all, just to be fair here.
Folks, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring in their efforts today.
So if you're in the top 10 in any one of these classes, there's a lot of
exhibitors.
Really
our judges have excused you at this time. Please have your pink show card ready to give to our committee members as you exit the ring.
Any one of these top 10 individuals probably did very good at their county show. That just shows you the depth of quality.
As these Barrows exit, they've let out the first one, and our judges are gonna go ahead and sort these top 6. They're gonna go from the 6th on back up to the first place.
Young man in the green was 6th place. Once again, top 4 in each one of these classes, which this being the final light cross class, top 4 will make the sale. Down to 5 here in this final class of crossbreds. At the conclusion of this class, we're going to bring all our 1st and 2nd places back out again and crown us a champion and reserve champion light crossbred Barra here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
Yeah, Landon, do you look at these pigs that they've
Young
got
lady in
out
the
here?
black is 5th, by the way. So now we're down to our top 4.
Yeah, you look at these, and boy, they've put a nice uniform
Yeah.
set here in
Yep.
this heavyweight drive. They're all really got some good depth of forerib and flank, and open up behind that blade.
Yeah,
carry
young
back
lady
to the
in
flank.
the red is 4th. Now we're down to our top 3 here, Wayne.
Absolutely, they take a really wide step from behind.
Yeah.
They've probably got as deep of a set.
Hey, talking to your mic.
As any we've seen here in class.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how they compare with the other classes. There's a couple other classes that were real deep too. But yeah, no, they're all very uniformed. But, you know, we've said uniformity before, and then they get on the mic and say, well, we had to pick and choose certain products and 3 different kinds of hogs out here. So
Well, these are pretty uniform here.
I would think, yeah, this is a good
it's
class.
just a matter if they're going to go all the way, how they compare, if they're fresh enough for them. I think they look fresh to me.
Because they've used the term freshness in some of these hogs throughout the day. And you know what? We could say this is the best class. And like you said, once we get all the other 1st and 2nds out, and sometimes we have a different look to them.
All I can tell you, what I see is that these are some big boys.
That is correct. 300-pounders to be exact. Possibly up to 310.
Absolutely.
Attention Swine Barn at this time, if we could have our 1st and 2nd place Barrows from classes 91, 92, 93, 94, and 95 return to the holding pens for staging for our light
There we go.
crossbred breed championship rounds.
Another good class here to round out our lights. And again, like we've talked in there, get to the differences. We felt this trio sorted itself up here to the top just in type and kind and build and just presence out here in the ring. Those 3 are the quality of a type and kind that a guy's trying to look for in terms of just build and overall ring and look. Gets a little close here between 1st and 2nd, in our opinion, and we definitely thought it come down to a 2-pair class, and there's some give and take out here where you set your priorities in terms of structure, in terms of freshness, and we went back, and me particularly, and leaned towards the freshness side of things with the young man that starts the class. I thought that one read a notch fresher on the top side of his skeleton there. When you read him back over his loin edge, he's got a neat look about him. He's still got some width up front. He's got enough comfortability out here to keep him up here at the top end of this particular class. But most importantly, like I say, I think from a side standpoint, in terms of shoulder set and the way he gets out and goes, I felt that one there just tied everything together from a look, from a freshness, from a shape standpoint, particularly up right on top of him. The one that comes out here in 2nd, without a doubt, has an advantage in terms of bone and feature, particularly in that hind leg. I thought that one got as much upright in his shoulder set as the top pair. I didn't see that one maybe just quite as descript when you get up on top of him, but boy, you got to appreciate that one in terms of just his heavy dutiness, that big old foot and feature that he still brings to this particular class. Next one that comes out, logically for us, fell into 3rd from the standpoint of just build and type. He follows with that extra extension up front and that look. Of the top 3, he is the narrowest. He's the flattest in his front foot. He's the flattest in just his body shape versus those 2 right there ahead of him. But, man, you can't deny that one from once she gets him out here and he gets his head up, his ring presence, and still his hip and hind leg comfort over the one that comes out here next. The one that comes out here in 4th, didn't read that one just quite quite as genuine in his shape. Gets a little plainer at the upper side of his hip there, and is a notch frailer at the ground versus those top three when you study him in terms of feature. But at the same point in time, I think one that's still a very productive and oriented type of a hog that's still got dimension. He's still got some body and flesh to him, and allowed him to stay up over the one here that comes out in fifth. One in fifth here gets just to be a little lower set. The way he ties in right there into his neck coming out of the top side of his blade. I didn't read that one quite as good coming at you in his chest. I thought the one there in fourth had a slight advantage there. This one definitely has a little more hair, makes him look a bit burlier than the one there. I read into that one. You slick that one down. I don't think that one near has the burliness that you think he does versus the one right there ahead of him. Those were the differences, but mainly chest and reconstructing in the way his head and neck ties back in there to his shoulder. One that comes out next got the wildest look of any of them in the class. That's a high-headed one. At the same point in time, when you get up on top of this one, he gets to be the rawest in his back. He's the flattest in his upper rib. Got a lot of belly shape from the side there when you read him down there to the swoop to the bottom side of his belly, but he doesn't have the roundness in the upper portion of his skeleton like the ones there ahead of him, and he just gets to be a little rounder in the reed when you get back here on his hip and hind leg comparatively to those ones that just right there ahead of him. One that comes out next is one that burly reads with some burliness and some density to him in terms of feature. That one there gets a little roachier in terms of just his design there. He's a little higher in terms of his top, and then he wants to narrow up there when you read him from his loin back to the base of his tail. He doesn't have near the upper dimension in his rump there when you read him when you get right up there on top of him. Good build, good design one here. Gets a little plainer in this build. He's got comfort and overall design to push him up here and get him a spot in this class. We just need to have more shape, just more ruggedness all the way through. Same scenario here as we go down, get a little frailer. We still got some shape. We still got some roundness to our body. Need more bone down low. Same thing with the one that comes out here in 10th. Just simply he's not as aggressive in terms of just overall spread and dimension when you get to studying that one through the rear third of his skeleton. Good class. Give him a nice hand if you would, please.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top-dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Briscoe County 4-H. Fifth place, Molly Grace Gowan, Kendall County 4-H. Fourth place, Kinley Jones, Decatur FFA. Third place, Elena Ann Shupak, Belleville FFA. Second place, Jared Wade Madewell, Loveland FFA. And first place goes to Blake Williamson of Scurry County 4-H. Blake is also our certified Texas Bred Registry class champion from class 96. Breeder of that barrow is Wisen Brothers Show Pigs, Wall, Texas.
Well, there we have it. We've just completed the final class of our light crossbred division. We're about getting things lined up to bring the first and second places back of all 6 classes, in which our judges will name our champion and reserve champion, lightweight crossbred champion and reserve. That champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship in addition to going out in the grand drive tomorrow afternoon. So congratulations to whoever that recipient might be. You know, with the scholarships at San Antonio, a young exhibitor can keep winning scholarships till they max out at $20,000, and that's in any of these competitive events. But that does not take away for when they become a senior and apply for like a 4-H or FFA scholarship through the San Antonio Livestock Show or any of those scholarships that they give. That has no bearing on if they've won that $20,000. That doesn't come into the equation. So what that means is if they win that, they could win, you know, many more $1,000s to help with their education to further and expand and be able to have a great career upon their education that they pursue. The results of Class 96 for our Certified Texas Bred Class Champion went to our first place, which was Blake Williamson out of Scurry County 4-H. The breeder of his pig was Wazoon Brothers Show Pigs out of Wall, Texas. Congratulations to the Wazoon Brothers. I've known them for a long time, and they're a great family, and they're great boys of working hard in this show pig genetic program. Tomorrow morning we will start at 7 a.m. again to basically go. We're on the home stretch here at our 77th annual Junior Market.
All right,
Barrow
folks,
Show.
are you ready to select a champion light crossbred barrow? Here we go.
Here we go, the first one out.
Your Class 91 champion, Charlie Barracks, Midlothian FFA.
Class 92 will be next, our class winner.
Your Class 92 champion, Braylon Yeager, Ropes, FFA. The Class 93 champion, Gentry Klein Askew, Lynn County 4-H.
93 is now gone out.
The Class 94 champion, Davis Clay Lang, Winkler Loving County 4-H.
Davis Lang of Winkler Loving FFA. Class 94 class champion, and now we have 95.
The Class 95 champion, Camlin Alexis Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. And your Class 96 champion, Blake Williamson, Scurry County 4-H.
Oh.
Folks, once again, once you complete showing and you're loading out your tack, do not bring your trailer to the grounds. No trailers are allowed back onto the grounds. Get in your truck, pick up your tack, and then get your trailer. No trailers are allowed onto the grounds.
Well, if you would, let's put your hands together. Give them a nice round of applause for our class winners as we round out the day here with our light cross division and here in our second wave. And we go back and forth here, and Nick and I are mainly just talking about what the differences are we see and the give and take and where we settle on. And again, back to just trying to check as many of them boxes as we can. And you step off to the side out here, and I think there's questionable things in every aspect. And it's never because they're not good enough or they're not high enough quality. It's just simply, okay, is this one good enough here? Is that one good enough there? Where do you end up just setting your priorities? And my last comment there to Nick was we've kept them things fresh in terms of shape, and that's been a big thing for us all the way from when we started there in Wave 1 with our Berkshires to where we're at now. You got to combine just show ring presence, fresh look, still keeping enough feature and stoutness in them, and still keeping them comfortable without getting them too far out. And there's just so much the ways back and forth. And I guess for me, the one that suits me and Nick the best in this particular scenario is the freshest. He's got the most natural shape when you get up on top of him. He's got a great look to him about his head when you study in. He's got a big hind leg working in him, and he keeps everything just in check. We like this young lady right here to be your champion. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations to Camlin and Alexis Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Now coming into contention, Rowdy Wayne Lofton, Santa Fe FFA.
Again, you drop that second place in out of that class. It's certainly one we like an awful well, and we thought it got close out here, reserve between our second and the one out of our heavy class. And I think those two stack up extremely well out here in terms of just following that type and kind of having shape and that presence that they carry out here from the side. And when you go back and we go back to those classes and what we talked about in terms of type and kind with the second, his balance and his build, and he's still a fresh hog up high. He still gets out and handles it well in terms of just his overall step, and that's taking nothing away from the heavy. We understand that pig has been driven here for a while, and we're going back off of what we've seen in class when we talk that hog from a structure standpoint. I don't want anybody to think we're not giving him the benefit of the doubt because he's been out here driving, but still the one we were the most comfortable with in terms of just squareness off of both ends and the way he goes and the way he picks up his hind leg. Congratulations, that second place. He'll be a reserve.
Congratulations to Rowdy Wayne Lofton, Santa Fe FFA, exhibitor of our reserve champion, light crossbred Barrow. Folks, that will conclude judging today. We will resume judging tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. with our crossbred division.
Well, that completes our lightweight division and completes our show for today. And we look forward to seeing you in the morning at 7 a.m. starting with the other crosses, which the judges have 8 classes and a total of 301 head to go through tomorrow. So tune in the morning at 7 a.m. Y'all have a great afternoon and a great evening. Thank you.